Hello. Hi. It is Saturday. Once again. I am tired as fuck. Hello! Hello, crazy fucks! Hello, Raven! Hello, Imposter Dave! Hi, Mum! How are we today? I'm like munching on literally what is called a bag of munchies. I'm so hungry. I have actual food in the warmer. Hi, Wad! Hello! I've got boba coming stat. This week's flavors are taro, honeydew melon, brown sugar coconut, and rose. That's this week's flavors. Mark those down on your bingo cards. If you got them all right, you don't win anything. Hi, Ryfingor. Hello, how are you doing? Hello. Hello, everybody. How are we? On this lovely... Yeah, we have bingo cards. We have bingo cards. Yo, what if I had a boba? What if I had like a boba bingo card? Where like the Chloe book, you gotta get you gotta get the line and you win a prize. I don't know what the prize would be. With how frequently you purchase, you could easily do. Yo, it'll be your guys' Chloe book. Oh man. I wouldn't know what would be a good prize. If I was like really big, I would actually be like, yo, like, do people want like Amazon gift cards or something? I don't know. Do we still hate Amazon? Wow, so the reward clearly would be us choosing the next one. Thank you for reminding me to do this week's Chloe book. And okay, I think killing gods would be easier than... Well, here's the thing. I'd be on the bingo sheet. Or in this case, the boba book. It would have like all the flavors that I can get from this tea place. And then you just kind of pray that they come together. Although it might be harder. Because you have absolute no control. Maybe about the same. That's a great idea. That makes me, ooh. That's an idea. I like that. We gotta put a pin on that. We gotta work with that. I need to think of what to give people for prizes, though. Would people even want prizes? I don't know what I would give them. Oh. Ooh, maybe. Now that I'm here juggling ideas, I'm actually getting excited. Maybe. I'd have to look into it, but maybe. Because it'd be like Final Fantasy related, because again, we're talking about like the Chloe book here. Maybe you have to come to the stream, and if you get, and this will make it really hard, but if you got like 3, maybe 2 or 3 bingo sheets and like 3 bingo sheets, you can turn it in and I'll pay your sub. That might be too many subs. I'll think about it. It sounds exciting. It sounds fun. I would just need to really think of like prizes, or if people would even want prizes, or if it's just a fun thing. Clearly we should call the system Boba These now. Yo. No, you get 3 lines and I buy your sub. Yeah. Maybe like for each line you get a month. Man, imagine you get 3 lines and I pay for 3 months of your sub. You probably wouldn't need it, but that's still really cool. It's like 90 bucks. No, 45 bucks. We'll workshop it. This is, I don't know, I think it sounds fun at the expense of my wallet. All right, we're gonna need to siphon Squeaky's Chloe look. Here's the thing. Still unbroken. Still getting like a line every week. I haven't gotten this week's Chloe book. We'll do that tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do Chloe book. We'll see if we still have our streak. Maybe there could be a bingo sheet template that people need to fill in and like tweet at you or send you ahead of time to prevent cheating. Maybe. I'm so angry right. I haven't gotten one in a month. Huh. I don't know, man. I don't know how I've been scoring a line every freaking Chloe book. Oh. Oh, yeah. That's just bad luck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Raven. That's just really bad luck. Oh. Okay. The back clip is all the way on Jester's desk. I hope I get one this week. Maybe. Maybe. Hopefully you get lucky. This one might be the one. You never know. But please, Tataru, let me win one. Oh, man. All right. We've dilly-dallied enough. Let's make our way. So, last week, we did, in fact, finish Shadowbringers. We finished main Shadowbringers. I can take this off now. And in finishing main Shadowbringers, we could fully now appreciate and talk about how much we love Graha. This is a spoiler. This also tells you where I am in Endwalker. I've not played 14 in a week. Work has been rough. Let's make our way in, though. I think I'm like... Excuse me. I think... Just in case I'm in spoilery stuff. Just in case I'm in spoilery stuff. Ooh, excuse me. That part's so good. Yeah, right now I'm in Elpis. I haven't played in a week. Again, work has been rough. So, I think I'm still in Elpis. Oh, you're 100% in the spoiler area. Yes, very much so. So, we need to make ourselves presentable. Redeemed hydrate. I've got my bubbly here. I'm gonna take a sip. Okay, you guys can probably hear it, but I gotta like... I gotta make myself to the... I gotta stand up. I can't go home. That's also a spoiler. Oh yeah, there's Razatan. Alright, let's just go to the Crystarium. There we go. Let's Sprouts in chat, look away. There we go. How much further is my boba? I think it's almost here. Yeah. Alrighty. Let me glam out of this. That works. Although I have a really cute outfit I need to put in the glamour drawer. Okay, now that we're a little bit more safe. There we go. Hi, we're in the Crystarium now. Where we totally always were. So let's make our way to the pendants. Yes. My boba is on its way. Okay. Yes, I'm well aware. Thank you, phone, for letting me know. Alrighty. So we're gonna make our way. I have some things I need to drop into the glam dresser anyway. Hi, Mender. Can you mend my stuff? I think I mended all my stuff already, actually. Yes, great. I can drop it in the glam dresser. I don't even think my glam dresser was full yet. I think it's like maybe halfway. Oh, where's my glam dresser at? Glam dresser. What am I doing? Oh yeah, okay. Holy fuck. Okay, my brain. I'm gonna have a lot of, I definitely know for sure I'm gonna have a lot of brain farts during the stream, because again, one, I'm tired as fuck. I've been working 6 weeks, 6 weeks, hell no. I've been working 6 days straight. Very rough, thing. But let's see. Oh yeah, my coat. This is a nice coat. Oh yeah, that's that one. Where's my North Sea coat? There we go. I like that one. We're gonna put it in there. Okay, we're gonna put this in there. Hold on, I know what I'm looking for. Snow linen jacket. Dark hempen coat of healing. Oh yeah, I had that freaking glammed as well. Legs and feet. Also, I just haven't found anything that I like. I've been hanging around 350 for a bit. Yeah, so I just added 2 more items. I was at like 273, so a little over halfway. Now I'm just like only a fourth. Hi, Conan Jax. How are we doing? Welcome to the stream. I am just quickly... The fuck? I am just really quickly getting some things into my glam dresser. Where? What the? What the fuck was I wearing? Hold on, what the hell am I wearing? Oh yeah, I'm on my glam, that's why. Yeah, no, I'm all glammed now. That makes sense. Hold on, I need to like unglam. What the fuck do I look like? Okay, that makes sense. Everything else here, I'm still wearing. I'm wearing this because I just got that. That makes sense now. That's why the rest of it isn't here. Well. We're gonna do this then. Dispel all this. And then we're gonna go here. I'm gonna restore it. And then we're gonna put on our glamour again. Because we should have done that. I really need to have a glamour plate that's literally just the glasses, but I don't care enough. Okay, flip. Alright, let's So then cast Glamour. There we go. Cast Glamour. Cast. Dispel. And then cast. Remove. Dispel. And there we go. Do I want to keep the gloves? No, we'll dispel the gloves. 20 plates is still too little. I feel that. I'm gonna have to like really look at them and be like, okay, what needs to just go? Really sort through my glams. Either way, even though I'm still not super a fan of the color scheme, although the color scheme is cute, but I'm still thinking of what I want to change it to. I have fallen in love with this outfit. It is adorable. Anywho, but we're not here to look at my cute outfits. Not today, at least. So, once again, we are going to make our way into post Shadowbringers. Yeah, we've gotten... This is all the way where I am. So I think I'm at the level 86 quests. I think. I don't know, man. I don't know where I am. Post Endwalker, and I haven't... Yeah. So, post Shadowbringers. We've defeated Emmett Selk. We have saved the first, more or less. But what do we do now? Everyone's still here. Meanwhile, at the source, Varus is dead. He was killed by Xenos. Bankrit and Reen set out to the Empty, which is essentially the first version of the Burn, a place completely void of ether, because it was taken up by the flood. My courier is about to arrive and let me know that my boba is here. I will be called very soon. This is where we are. So, now that we are still here, where do we go from here? Hello, Cerberus. How we doing?
You're here. Good.
So, how are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health. For the present, at least.
For the present? Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed. Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them. Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Have a good night, Cerberus.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured, Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies. Thank you.
But where's she even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct? Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along. His plan might well have worked, but I for one am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer. There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the First and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
Alright, my boba's almost up. It's almost here. But yeah, they're dying. They're gonna die. What do we do? Was that computer noise on your end? Yes, it was. I was just checking something. Don't worry. I was just checking because oddly enough, my processor is... It's not maxed out. My CPU is not maxed out. It's just interesting.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
They're at
Yes,
the
of
empty
course.
now.
Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryle's findings.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question.
Ah, fuck, did I skip?
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy. The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the First. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state.
You fucked up.
I would not soon throw my life away. Not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home.
Yeah.
But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
Oh. What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless she says so.
Alize said I could. Alize, I could decide who lives
Your
and who
followers
dies.
await your divine judgment.
Yeah.
What did you just...
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion?
We'll return to our discussion after I go check for my boba Y'shtola, because I think it should be at the door. Also, yeah, don't worry. It was my computer. My computer is doing good CPU wise. I've just become so much more aware of it ever since Jester pointed it out to me. Not a big deal. Again, I might, if anything, we're not gonna have the bonker today. Not that I need to close it, but I hear my computer chug and it's just like, But I've had it for about 3 years now. I almost never push it aside from when I'm streaming. It might be coming around time to maybe consider building a computer myself, but before I do that, I'm gonna grab some boba. also just remembered. Not only did my boba arrive, but my food is ready because I reheated some dinner. Now, people who are probably maybe looking at the foodies chat know that I made a big pot of a bit of a kind of Alfredo kind of sort of thing. Okay. Having done Eden with you before this makes so much more sense. Oh god, I forgot about the Rising event. Yeah, definitely. Alrighty.
Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success.
Yeah, stop being depressed, says Justola.
I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of her body and soul, but her personal effects besides.
Yeah, I'm the link between worlds.
This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us her possessions, she could carry our souls back to the source upon her person?
But yeah, I made this big thing of pasta. Now the only thing is, it's a bit too rich. And I feel it needs tomato. So I'm gonna add a bit of tomato to it.
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change.
They could be, Alize. That's not what I wanted to press. Go away.
But vague
Oh, no.
notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on her part and we'd be left floating in the rift.
God, what did I just do? Why did I bring that up? Hold on. Yes, thank you. Go away.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend. Yet were we to immure our souls within an object in her possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured.
Yo, what if they were objects?
White auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease.
I'm going to objectify my friends.
We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back unto our vacant bodies.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrand is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
Because I'm going to beat them up. That's why, Alize, I'm going to make them.
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner
That's okay.
had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me.
It's so mean.
Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
Oh yeah. This needed tomato. What I have learned from this cooking experience from yesterday. If I'm going to put chorizo into an Alfredo, you need the acidity of tomato to cut some of the richness and give it that sweet tang that it needs to really complement The overabundance of umami. There's so much umami. God, I love food. I love food science. Mm. Oh yeah, Graha knows somebody. Graha knows a person. We gotta go beat him up. So, a grand adventure. The Exarch urges you to make ready while he arranges for a ship bear you across the lake. Well, it's time to head out.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
After we kick his ass. It's a doggo. Graha, explain.
Backlook, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Beg, we tell you.
Sake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Are you using dog commands, Raha? Okay.
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence!
Please sit.
It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
Aw, why? What did they do?
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion.
Give her head pats.
But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
Y'all are assholes. Are we the bad guys? Y'all are assholes. The Numo's like, no, I don't want to help. You guys all lied to me. You guys are all meanie beanie faces. You guys are telling them to sit and heal, excuse me, using your dog commands. You guys are assholes. You weren't even subtle about it, Alphano. You're Beta No again. You went down a rank. Y'all's is mean. Shola's just like, man.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just...
It's a matter of life and death.
No, I mustn't. Not again.
Look, wayward.
But
maybe my
damn
friends
courtmates
deserve
seem
it.
to have the best intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety.
No.
You know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
Yeah, I don't know. Refuse all you want. We won't lie down and accept defeat. Everyone's doing it but Y'shtola. Let's do it too. We're also an asshole.
Of all the visitors I could possibly have, they're even more stubborn than I am.
Oh yeah, the tomato took this to new heights.
Oh.
Poor doggo.
No.
It's like saying chicken in front of your dog.
Oh. Very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Yeah, don't worry.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
He's like, fine. Oh, listen, dear, please. But I demand the dried beef jerky treats. Anywho, Beta No just looks about ready to leave you behind. A welcome guest. Huh. Let's see what goes it. Family, I grill pork chop myself. Yay. So we tell our new Numo friend what's going on. As I can feel my stomach churning. We're back.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing?
Yes.
But that you hail from another world as well?
Yes.
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies.
They're ghosts.
Save you. Your body is your own, and your soul is the densest of them all.
Yeah, I'm pretty dense.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of 4-3 and the Sin Eaters.
God, my stomach.
After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own seems the very least we can do.
Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm so Alright, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that was so sudden. I had to go so bad. I literally, like, I don't know how long ago, like, I haven't even started drinking my boba yet. But, like, just a couple bites of this pasta, I was just like... Put them back in their bodies, please. Also, I don't think I got Rose again.
Your tale is intriguing.
I think they just gave me House
very
again.
intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself.
Like, I ordered the boba. Ah! Oh, no. This is brown sugar coconut. I don't think they gave me Rose again. Or I'm dumb and I confused it. Because I ordered Rose. And last time they, last week, during Final Fantasy, which you can find at That Damn Cat 789's channel, they didn't give me Rose, they gave me House. But either way, this is coconut brown sugar, so we're good.
As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
It's like, yeah, you did a really good thing. That deserves a reward. Like getting back into your bodies and being able to go home.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
I require you to run errands.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
Well, you're in fucking luck. Not only am I the Warrior of Light, I'm the Scion's fucking errand girl. Ready to do whatever it is you say, because I have no choice. Good for the soul.
Let us begin.
So first, we go back to this area, Amarang, to see the people who are still kind of afflicted. Those are still a thing.
I trust you've prepared the clay?
Clay.
Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean.
You can do it, Alex. Come on. You can do it.
There we are. How's that?
You did it. You did so good.
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Yes, yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
I was like, she's gonna kill you. She's gonna... I want that little whistle
mind,
movement.
Child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
Even, it's okay, sweetheart. So what if it looks like an absolute piece of shit that is a disgrace to the original Visage? You did what you could. Your words don't help,
You're
sir.
not helping.
Thank you, sir, madam, you, doggo.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality.
Faye don't sugarcoat shit.
Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye.
Weekly reminder. Guys, get Stella to play 14 more. And with me specifically. And several others. And Logan. Logan says he wants to play more, but like doesn't have time.
Relax and allow your energies to flow.
Come on, Alice, you can do it.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Don't let your dreams stay dreams. It's a Porksy now.
Not bad for a first attempt. Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric.
Hello, soulless child.
Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul.
Yes.
You need but give it a name, and it will do.
They have
as
been
your
a busy
heart
Fae. I know they
desires.
have. But that's awesome that they're almost out of ARR. And then they can play Heaven's Ward and cry. Remember when we were getting ready to poison this child? Hell yeah. Remember when this child was indirectly responsible for our friend's death? I remember.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
It took me a moment, but I actually realized that I think it's called Angelo because it's a reference to Final Fantasy VIII. Renoa's dog is called Angelo.
Mother,
No, he speaks nonsense. We failed. So, this is important. Because for those who don't know, for a little brief on Haldrick, because we didn't really get into it during the Shadowbringers. We just knew that he was a boy who, like many of the people of the in Journey's End, these people were essentially had too much light going on in their ether, and were very close to turning into Sin Eaters. So they would stay at the inn where they were cared for and eventually fed a final meal and essentially killed. And that's how they would die. Before turning, because it's a very painful process, as we saw previously with Tesleen. Turning into a Sin Eater is not fun. Halric was one such who his mother was killed by Sin Eaters, and the exposure to them affected his ether, and he was slowly going to turn. It affected his mood, obviously. It kind of kills the soul, essentially, and made him kind of almost an emotionless husk. Didn't speak, didn't really react to anything. So what they just did in this like soul manipulation thing, utilizing this pig, I can't remember the true logistics of it because they don't explain that in cutscene, but the Porksy now has a good supply of ether, and with that is able to balance things out within the soul. This brings Halric back, and he starts slowly recovering, and I think with time he starts getting better. Essentially, they've undone this light ether contamination, which is similar in a way to tempering, which hatches the idea. So a hollow soul, not so much hollow, more like contaminated and weighted down, unbalanced. Because it wasn't dead, as you saw. He's like reacting and stuff. It was too much light. So this Porky kind of helps fix things, or start the process of fixing and rebalancing, and they get the idea that we could use this. We might be onto something here. We might have potentially found a cure for tempering. And the reason this is a big deal is because throughout Final Fantasy XIV, we have heard of people getting tempered. When a primal comes in, asserts its influence, its ether, corrupts people, tempers people to their cult, calls people to them. There was never a cure for it. You can't reverse it. It only gets worse over time. But this seems to be able to cull it. So put a pin in that, I think would be the term in this case. Put a pin in that, or more so remember this. Because it's important. Especially that Alize can do it. So, now that we've done a couple things in Amarang, it's time to go back to Yulmore with Alpha now. Can't remember if Alize came with us here to... Oh, nope, yeah.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
I don't think we brought Alize, which is like, didn't we promise her that we were gonna show her Alize too? Do we never? Wait. No, we do. We do in the main. In Maine. Never mind. I was gonna say, like, do we ever show her Alize? Also, just a fun little stab in the heart. Halric's first words were "Mother, meaning the last thing he remembers is his mother getting killed by a Sin Eater. Yeah, exactly. It was kind of like his memory and his soul was put on pause.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so I
You say you held an
nominated my
election?
husband.
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see.
Dulia, sweetie. I need you to stop. I can't hug you. You're a game model.
After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility.
We're kind of fucking spoiled.
Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Everyone thought he should do it.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
He is good at what he does.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice.
I love Dooley. They love each other so much. Dulia loves Nuz. Nuz Chai is his name. She loves him so fucking much. Yeah, Chai Nuz is totally Sid's shard in this world, right? Yes. Daedalus Stoneworks and Garland Ironworks. She just sounds like such a sweet and kind lady. Yes. She really sells like this a very sweet, loving mother. Or like, again, she's like such a mom. And like so in love with her husband. Yeah, she's just like, cause like when everyone talked about like, oh, what do we do? The Talos and blah blah blah, and she was like, my husband's so smart, he's so good and capable, look at him, he's amazing. And then it's just like Mare, it's just like, oh, I can already imagine like, oh honey, yes, you can do it, yes, you're perfect. Like, oh my god. Get yourself someone who will love you like Dulia loves her hubby chat. He's a lucky man and will turn into the Doomslayer when she dies. I could spend hours listening to her just babble on about Chai Nuzzer doting on the twins. She's
Indeed.
so sweet.
I told him as much when his victory was first announced.
It's like he's perfect.
But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
No, don't cry, Mom! Don't cry, I don't like when people cry!
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee?
God, you can't just fucking cry at me. You can't cry at me, you're gonna make me fucking cry.
Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes.
Please stop crying.
Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
He would never leave you. We'll kill him ourselves. We'll go kill him ourselves. Which ones may have a mother, but Julia Chai is just as much their mother as their real one is.
You truly think so?
He would never abandon you. We will kill him if he does.
What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
Oh, he headed to the hill now. I don't know, but whoever it is, he... Sorry, but I could never... Sorry, but I think... fled. I could already then be like, are you fucking... She just starts... Ah! And then they're just like, what the fuck? I could never, but oh my god. Oh my god, I don't know, but whatever it is, he wouldn't have fled. This is such a funny option, but I can't in all good conscience take it. We'll make sure.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry.
I kind of want to
Master
see
Chai
what
loves you
happens,
more than
but
all the world,
I
and he
can't
will
in
return.
good conscience do it.
Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
We will find him. And if he says he's not going back, he's coming back in a body bag.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
Good. It's so funny. So China's did in fact run away like a little bitch. Too much pressure.
Well, well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmorans. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Vorthry's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Hi.
they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vorthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Also Kaishir. Kaishir's here. Yeah, he's here too. Look at him.
Hear, hear, Master
Look
Chai.
at him go. Look at him go.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make.
I don't even remember who this is. I think they're just kind of the stand-in right now. I don't know. I don't know who this person is.
In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore.
Maybe that's what he
Gave
is, an advisor.
honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all.
Probably one of the more figure-headed people. Kaishir is here to take the fall in case we had to murder
But
China.
in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vorthry was creating. And so I left my homeland.
He left his homeland behind. Oopsies.
But
I guess
you,
someone who say
Chai
help.
News, you were content to wallow in
News, Chai
indolence under
News.
Vorthry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
He's the former advisor to Vorthry's father before, you know, Vorthry happened. Okay. He's the old mayor's top advisor who got fired. Okay. Old mayor. Alright. Chai News. Not Nuz. Chai News. Okay. Good to know. I was like, I don't know, man. You sure really liked... You sure accepted living lavishly.
I can offer no simple answer to that question.
Yeah.
But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. It seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us.
No more fat cats, says
The distinction
Chinese.
between free and bonded died with Vor 3. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on.
I can't remember the name of this town too. This little town here of people that were essentially kicked out of Yulmore.
But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
They really need to fix the male Mikote's hands. They don't have to look like that all the time. Like, put your hands like that all the time. Naturally, and just stay that way. That's like... No. Fix it. It's so weird.
A Yulmore for the people.
When I first met the Chais, it was so easy to write them off as random rich assholes. Now look at them. Oh, I love Dulia. I love Dulia from the start. It was just like, god damn it, her husband's an asshole.
I rather like the sound of that.
They're all gonna get arthritis. It's like no one has their hands like
But
that.
before I offer you my
at
counsel,
rest.
I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems. But first, I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Not all cat boys can be good all the time. Well. Finding good help. Rather than build Talos from scratch, Chai News proposes capturing the long-abandoned Talos which wander the wilds of Calusia. A singularity... Yeah, it's time to he sends us on a mission to prove to the people that Chai can freaking be mayor. We gotta prove it. We get sent on an assignment. We capture Taloses. We're gonna get these fuckers working again. We need them to operate.
Right. Right then. Form a line and make for Yulmore.
Alright, let's follow them. Now, Raha can never be bad.
What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard!
Man, Gatetown sucks. Beep boop.
Stay back! All of you!
Is that... Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see... I can't...
Oh! Oh dear.
You killed him. F's in the chat. She broke his spine. Everyone called her a fat cat. Turns out it was all muscle. She's like Boko!
Oh, thank you.
She's just thick. Just pure unashamed excitement in her voice.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
God, I want to know who her voice actress is and what other work she's done so I can consume it.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
You should know your wife.
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor.
So it turns out he didn't run away like a bitch, although he maybe kind of did.
And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
Please!
I want to know their life story. Rachel Atkins. That's great. I want to know their lives. I want to know. I want the site for 14. They released like these little side stories about like freaking characters and stuff. Give me one of the Chais. How did they meet? How did they meet? How did they fall in love? I want to know everything. I want to know more. Wait. I love the fact he left her a note and she didn't notice. Julia's played by fucking Dolores Umbridge. Really? She was his bodyguard when he ran the ironworks. That's my headcanon. Rachel Atkins? Here's the thing, how could he have been the bodyguard if he ran the ironworks, like the stoneworks? He ran a business. He's an entrepreneur. He even said it. He's not a fighter. He couldn't be her bodyguard. Rachel Atkins. Let me look them up. Yeah, British voice actress who provided the voices for Dolores Umbridge in the video game adaptations of Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix and the Deathly Hallows Part 1, as well as the voice of, yeah. No, Julia was the bodyguard. Oh, wow. So yeah, so Rachel Atkins plays Dolores Umbridge in the Harry Potter video games. She doesn't play, the actual Umbridge. Here we go. Let me just go here a bit more. Let's see what else they've done. Amnesia Rebirth as the Empress. Fable 3 has some voices. Dragon Age 2 has some voices. She sounds just like the actress in the movies, though. Yeah, that's usually the point, Raven. When it comes to like movie adaptions and things like that, or like video game adaptions for the movies, it's usually pretty hard to grab the actual actors to reprise their roles in like voiced media. So getting a voice actor that sounds almost just like them is a very, very close second and a very good bet. Let's see. Dubbing. Yeah, so she plays Dulia Chai. She plays Lorithia in Xenoblade Chronicles. She plays Auntie Martha in Ni no Kuni. Rosemary Gordon in Black Mirror. She plays 2 voices in Endwalker. Horizon Zero Dawn. Sacred 3, Sea of Thieves. They've got a good little repertoire. They do voice work. This is a voice actress. That's awesome. That is awesome. Alrighty, moving forward. Despite the butterflies in the stomachs, China is prepared to address the masses. I ate all my pasta.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord 4-3's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vothri. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values.
He will be standing mayor until someone is better suited.
No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new. To what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today.
Yeah.
Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done.
We just kind of sat here and did whatever. It's time to work.
Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength for Yulmore!
They're all dressed in like metallics. I like the guard bunny outfit though. Yeah. Such a good job our cat boy did. And it seems it's time to wrap up Yulmore. Let's go finally say bye-bye to everybody. Time to say bye-bye. We left. Tataru, fill us in. What's going on? Cryo, fill us in. What's going on?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Thank you.
I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly.
Thank you.
But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
We're fine. We're doing neat. Let me fill you all in briefly as we slowly pan up and fade to black.
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
Yeah.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Thank you, Cryo. Thank you, Tataru.
Oh, you're back.
It's Justinian! He's the Azure Dragoon. It's so weird seeing him wearing clothes over his armor.
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Hi, nerd.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried.
I love how
sick.
freaking Dragon Song's
Did you
just
lose
playing.
your link pearl or something?
Also, China isn't our cat boy. Raha is. I don't want to think what Dulia would do to us if we're not claiming him like that. We're just like that's our dad, our cat dad. Fucking dragon song plays with Estinian.
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Well, let me explain to you a thing.
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar.
Oh yeah, Daddy Gaius.
Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself.
Oh boy.
There, we found a man whom all assumed dead.
Ah, fuck. I love how Riel is getting more attention even if it just references the cutscene. Hell yeah. What do you mean, all but dead?
Lives on. And he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos ye Galvus. Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
Oh no! Plot!
What's wrong?
No jutsu! Ah, fuck. I love how you see Kryl too. Kryl also gets the headache. I can't remember how Kryl described her echo. I think she described it whereas, like, she sees it from the perspective of the person who was there. Whereas, our echo is a bit more of an omnipresent, echo, view. Anywho, plot jutsu's kicking in. Instead of having Estinian explain, let's have this, let's have it show itself. Oh. Oh, come on. It's gonna have me read. Yes, she feels everything the person she's experiencing the memory feels. Okay, fine. Time to turn on the voice filter. I've seen him in action, his body at least. You will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. For what good it will do. The Black Wolf. And yeah, you're a dragoon. Holy, this might suffice. Gaius Baelsar. He's badass. Come then. Like, legit, did everybody just, like, call in sick? We not want to voice this? We don't want to pay my man Gaius a bit more for this expansion? You telling me this wasn't worth voicing? Ah, the simple pleasure of one's own flesh. Truly, there is no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, Polo was barely a match for him. If we stayed here much longer, course! Your Radiance, are you alright? They are on the wrong side right now. They are not on the right side right now. These two. Right now, these two should not be on the right on this side. But, I like how they, like, have to say that. Like, hey, the player could not beat this person. We cannot beat this person. We may wear out our welcome. Your Radiance, no! Must even the most mindling of sport be spoiled. The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Yeet! Well, any bright ideas? Ah. Just one. One bullet. God, he's so cool. Your Radiance. Anya and Julia. The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. Oh yeah. I think I remember this. You play as Estinian in this flashback. I think I hated that part. I think I remember this. I hated that part. I was like, oh man, I get to play as Estinian and it's 3 abilities. And they were like, hey Estinian, you take the long way. And I was like, no. Well, someone's been busy. It made me fight that thing. I hated it. Arc Ultima, volatile prototype. You would bar my way, would you? So be it. God, that's so fucking cool. Yes. I'm gonna be real with you. Them giving us Gaius and Estinian, that was just peak fan service. So apparently the Garleans, you're like, you know that thing that freaking Gaius did? Let's make more of those and have complete control of them. That sounds like a great idea. We did it. Garleans and their Machina. Now, where are you, Gaius? Memory over. Now that memory no jutsu, now that plot no jutsu has finished, I have been released from my headache. How about you, Cryo? How you doing? Oh, that
Are you alright?
Yeah, just man, all of that sucked.
Peer into my past, did you?
Look, don't say that like we wanted to do it, okay? We didn't want to.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter.
I don't like how you can just do that.
Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
I don't kind of like how you interrupted my story to just learn it anyway.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
Yup.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds.
Yeah? What? What?
My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray.
They are going nuts right now. They are losing their shit.
Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose.
So we don't have to worry about that anymore. Xenos being a G.
Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
We no longer need to care.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
Yeah, where's Daddy?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention.
Ah, the weapon quests.
He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something.
And they are. And those are the weapon quests. If you've played Final Fantasy VII and you know of Ruby and Emerald, the Sapphire, like those weapons, those really hard bosses in 7 that you don't have to fight, but they're just there to show that you did. Yeah. Post MSQ, freaking good story. More, want to see more Gaius, what he's up to in between this point and the rest of Shadowbringers into Endwalker. That's what Gaius is doing. And it's the Sorrow of World quests. They're very, very good. You learn that Daddy Gaius was always a daddy. He's great. He's a badass. God, and now that I've done most of the main posts, the side content, I've done Void Arc, I've done Return to Ivalice, I've done Sorrow of Worlet, I've done Eden. I love all of them. Out of all of them, the one that should have definitely should have gotten voice work. Out of all those side contents, that definitely the weakest one was Void Arc. I did not really care for Void Arc. It was Kate Sith looks like they belong in Tim Burton. And the story that's going on here is like, okay, magic stuff. It sets up the Void Scent and gets you familiar with the Void Scent. But story-wise, I felt it was too short. Like, by the time it was like maybe starting to get interesting, it was over. So Void Arc didn't really grab me too much. But it did establish the Void Scent. Return to Ivalice was okay. The theater troupe, I really liked the theater troupe. I loved seeing Dalmasca. I loved seeing all of that. There's still some stuff in Bajna that I need to do. But Return to Ivalice was really nice. It was really cute. There was like that one side quest where it was like you're getting wine and like bacon for like some dude's chick, and I was like, why the fuck is this in here? And I think in this new patch they got rid of it. They got rid of that pointless quest in Return to Ivalice, and yes, good. Thank you. That was a stupid quest that had nothing to do with the story. It was just there. It was dumb. So yes, good. You got rid of it. Thank you. And that was okay. I kind of predicted some parts of it. It seemed pretty predictable. Ramza's racism being solved with, and then he wasn't racist anymore, is okay. But, it's alright. It's okay. Don't read too into it. It's okay. Sorrow of, World made me cry. It made me cry. And I would say that Sorrow of the World or the weapons quests should definitely be voiced. I feel like by all means if they were like, we can only dub one of these, I would say absolutely the Sorrow of World quests. But I have to say Eden, because they went through all the hassle of voicing the trials, the scenes for Gaia. They gave Gaia a voice, and they had her speak in like the important parts of the Eden raids, and all that, just for the cutscenes to not be voiced. I don't understand. It's like they wanted to voice it, but the localization said, no, you can't voice this one. And it makes absolutely no sense to me. No sense at all. Do not understand. No comprende. Why go through all this trouble to put voice work sprinkled into all the Eden raids, but not voice the cutscenes? I guess, I don't know what the localization is thinking. Maybe they didn't have all the resources to funnel into it like they would have liked. Maybe they had extra and they were like, let's put voice work here. I don't know. But they didn't do it. That being said, I really enjoyed the Eden raids. But in terms of story and what really got me, I think the weapon quests were really fun. Nox Skyfall, thank you for the subscription. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the emotes. But yeah, it's like you hear, oh, Gaius went to go do something. He thinks that something else is up with the whole thing with Garlemald. And that's what those are. That's what he's doing.
Lest you worry. I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
I think he'll be fine, said Justinian. Yeah.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riel and our shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
You're right, Jataru.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
Okay.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Please, Justinian. Please.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
What do you have to do? It's so fucking important. You know, dye that dumb elephant suit blue?
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you, sir.
He's got an elephant suit to dye blue.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
It's not nice, Estinian. Did not choose the sleepy life.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. At least someone understands. But there's more! What else was going on? What else craves our attention? Meanwhile, in Garlemald. What's going on in Garlemald? It's going into chaos. Traitors, you would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne? Ah! They're losing their shit is what's going on in Garlemald. They are losing their shit. Onward, First Legion. Before this day is done, victory shall be ours. Meanwhile, in Garlemald, people losing their goddamn minds. Boring, boring. Why not voice this? People calling in sick? Like, what's going on? Do you think I find it amusing? Like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. Sharingan. That hue, your soul is. Who are you? Before your majesty. Garlemald is having a civil war while Xenos is watching with popcorn. Yeah, they don't do schisms too well. And who is this? This bitch. Before your majesty, I am but another dog. Lost in want of a new master, a hunting dog, if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. That's not a chimkin nugget. That's not a chimkin nuggy at all. No. Oh boy. What's going on? Meanwhile, in Yulmore in the first. Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages too. They're even laying on free Talos. You have anyone willing to make the move? Free Talos? Ha, we'd best get packing. Steady work, board, and lodging? If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Hope? Yes, so long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. It's our boy Ardbert. He shaved his face. Oh boy. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Garlemald is on fire. The Archons are stuck in a separate dimension. Estinian is being Estinian. What else can go wrong? What the fuck? Oh boy. And that was 5.1. That's what 5.1 ended on, I think. He shaved his face? No! Okay, I actually don't know. Alrighty. So, old enemies, new threats. So, let's go see what's going on. You return to the Rising Stones to speak with Kryl, who informed you that the Scions' bodies remain stable for the interim. Let's see what's going on. What do you need, Kryl? Oh, there we go. It's Gaius. Gaius Belzard. He's a badass.
They're here, Commander.
It's Maxima.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've
Everybody
been
gotta
busy
end
since
on
our
it's late
paths
up. See you
last
later,
crossed at the
nerds.
Gimlet Dark.
Yeah, see you later, T-Tam. Thanks for dropping by.
Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury.
Yeah, sorry.
I trust you two require no introduction.
Yeah, it's Daddy.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea.
Hi, Daddy.
Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
I kind of wish they would have given us a choice in that aspect. I understand that, like, the Warrior of Light would be a little bit suspicious of Gaius, but even Estinian, like, the grouchy pants of the Scions, is like, no, I think he's cool. I don't think he's planning anything. I'm pretty sure he's cool. Like, we're fine, I think.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows and brought more than 2 companions.
Yeah, so if they're all telling you, like, no, it's fine. He's okay. So I wish they would have given you as the player a choice to be like, be suspicious or approach casually or something, but it is what it is.
We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
Yeah, I wish they'd allow the Warlight to act okay with him for that. Yeah, because again, this isn't the first time you've seen him.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence.
Yeah, like, while you were busy gallivanting around in the first, saving the world, yes, they also did the big thing here. So Gaius and Estinian solved that on their own. Again, before that, you met him, and they looked after Alphino. Like, you've already had a couple things here to tell you that Gaius is not gonna pull anything. So for them to like still have the Warrior of Light be like cautious around them, it's like, come on. Also, Arcade Plays too! Thanks for the Prime sub! I hope you enjoy the emotes. And thanks for 2 months!
Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand.
Oh, we saw everything!
Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight. But to me, his description seemed anything but. And upon further investigation, I found that I was right.
Mm-hmm.
The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
They're
What,
having a
that
civil
Allagan
war right now.
monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea.
That thing you did, Gaius Van Belzar?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon
It is very
itself,
good.
excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed. Few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since.
Yes.
Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea.
God, wow, I never realized how on the nose this was.
We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
The 7 working on the weapons. Yep, 7th working on the weapons.
And right glad are we that you did. Though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope.
Yeah.
Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them.
If I'm remembering, we fought the previous legatus, but now they're being taken over by, they have a new legatus, which is the guy that we fight in the weapon quests. I say this because I can't remember what the sectors are called anymore. I forgot. I immediately forgot the word.
But the fact remains that you and you alone have faced the Ultima weapon and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
So this is the game telling you, by the way, the weapon quests are out. You wanna go do them? So last patch was the Eden quests, I'm pretty sure. Because you know Thancred and Reen are like, hey, we're gonna fucking go do the empty. And Eden, I think, spawns a while, so, because it's a whole raid series of like 12 fights. So while Eden is also still kind of happening, this is also like, hey, this. I love that little dialogue, just like, hey, the weapon quests, they're there if you want to. No pressure.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further.
What are the name of the sections of the army, of the Imperial? This the 7th? It's called the 7th Imperial Fleet? I literally forgot what the fuck the numbered fleets call themselves. My brain is shutting down.
I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
Will you work with Daddy Gaius? Also, you see that chick. She has a black Garlean eye.
Skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
It was hard to see, but she has a black Garlean eye, and that's the only instance we've seen of a different colored eye. Because they're all like little white things, and they'll be surrounded differently, or just be like freaking Xeno, just a spot in his head.
We can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon. Our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first.
I know that the current situation that we've just brought up into your head seems like a very serious one, and you might want to go straight to that and doing that, but I just need to remind you that our friends are fucking dying. So instead of doing that right now, that can literally fucking wait, and you can do it at any time. Keep proceeding with the main storyline, please.
I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
You actually have one. You can choose to do it later. Thank you, Kryl. Thank you, Kryl. So yeah, that's that thing reminding you that hey, new quest line for you to do. The way home. Kryl can see the steady resolve in your eyes and suspects she knows where duty calls you. We go back to the first to talk to our friends. We're still working on that stuff to get him here. They're referred to as legions. The Imperial Legion. Okay, I kept thinking it was like fleet, but it's like, it's not fleet. It's something else. What's another word for a big mass of stuff?
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
Yeah, it was I forgot the word legion. Now that we're all here, what news from the source? This is the fun stuff you fill them in on.
A new Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern.
Yeah.
With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion.
Yeah? I love how it still says Crystal Exarch and not Graha.
Thanks in large part to Urianger and Becklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We have done it.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white morosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one.
We did it.
An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
However.
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within Orosite or any other crystal.
Yeah.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
We need to bloodlet the cat.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allegan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
It's just Garlemald Stola. It's not like they've committed several war crimes before in the... Oh, alright.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found.
I fucking swear we'll fix it. Promise.
Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
Thank you.
My apologies.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Okay. The Bunui. She wishes to speak to us.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Yeah.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the XIV's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Ah, yes. Unfortunately, I can't remember. And I'm not sure. Oh no, we have cutscenes. Sweet. Let's go see what Lena wants. Cat Dad is finally able to pay attention to his adoptive daughter.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness? And he says, no, I'm a warrior of light. And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light?
What?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood.
Hey, don't say that. They didn't mean to.
I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be her. The warrior of darkness.
But everyone knows that I'm a girl and a sheep. Hi.
Hey? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Hi. Sheep.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I still think the Crystarian salute is
hoped
stupid.
to fight at your side today, but I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
Bye-bye. I still love Lakeland. Holy
I
fuck, is Lakeland
apologize
beautiful.
for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat.
That's cool. What do you really want?
As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world.
Yeah. A dumb idea came into my head. That when Polo was bored, she just baz instead of saying hi. It's like, sup? Bah. Bah. Bah.
Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
No, it's okay.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Okay, we can do that.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Okay.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
What wish Lena to speak about?
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch.
Yeah, Dad.
Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating.
I don't think he's going senile. I know I just said he's old. He's not going senile, though. Well, it's true. He attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening. Oh no, my heart. It's prematurely hurting. Imagine Raha, like, having worked all day and is so tired, and he's like, my letter. And instead grabs his fucking fish. And of course he's eating fish. He's a cat.
Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man, a younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy.
Lakeland is so fucking pretty! Look at all these purple and flowers!
It was
he looks
as if
happy.
he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
Anchors keep us where we have chosen to be. He's lost without you, you know, and he misses you already.
Is that so? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
He's a dumb old man. You gotta take the envelope, but with specifically that little plastic piece that shows your address. You gotta roll it up and you gotta... Not hard because it's not gonna hurt him, it's just an envelope. But it'll make that sound and it'll scare him. Alrighty, facing the truth. Hug de Bunui. Lena thanks you for the candid discussion of her concerns for the Crystal Exarch. She then bids you return to the Crystarium, where the Scions are no doubt anxious for your return. Alright, let's see what's going on. Well, yeah, she cares about him.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
You guys don't let me speak half the time. I don't speak. You gotta tell them that the Warriors of Light were good. They might have done the bad thing by accident, but they meant to do good. And it was because of them that we were able to stop the flood, too. So stop hating them, please. Because they were nice. And without Ardbert, I probably would have died and become a Sin Eater and destroyed everything and filled the world with light. The end.
Wicked White. The Warriors of Light did all that?
Yeah.
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
Yeah.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
Fucking this scene, oh my god. Joe Cat's hacking edit of this scene where he did an actual VO as Victor, just, oh my god. I haven't seen that part. But it would not surprise me that he did, like, because I liked how he did, like, little voiceovers for his character for, like, certain scenes. Because it's, like, there are just parts where I was like, god damn it. Why can't we be voiced? But I get it. Quote-unquote silent protag.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
We can't leave the first with them thinking that freaking Ardbert and friends were assholes. Speaking of Ardbert...
Impossible.
He's like, what? He's like, what? What happened? What? You can see him too?
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
I got everyone's
That it
attention.
could be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. Though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may. People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert. One of those you know as a warrior of light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when she must return to her home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
What? Us? Warriors of light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
Like, you already know. You're like, that's not Ardbert. There's no way Ardbert could have revived. Simply for the fact that he kind of...
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony.
I'm not gonna make myself look like a liar, Daddy Ange. He went inside me. Our souls rejoined. That thing the Ascians want.
Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine, I fucking guess. Is that a magical girl on my radar? Am I blinded by the fact that this guy is alive now, squeaky lewd? It's not lewd, he literally went inside me and we became one! Okay, it might sound a little bit weird, but you need context! Hi, Angie. You need context! I agree, no lewds, no boink. Oh my point. Also, the bonker is off right now.
That is a warrior of light of the first.
Right now the bonker was off.
I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
There's more to this, says Graha.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
No, absolutely not.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Look, there's a little bit of Ardbert in all of us. No, but he's like mostly in me.
To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yeah, like, again, we're like reflections and shit. If freaking the first is a shard of the source, I am the source.
I am reminded of the cardinal virtues. Though a sin-eater, he is not.
Yeah.
Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
You can state all the facts, but that's how you state them.
That he is an Ascian.
Yup.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree.
I'd say that my boy Ardbert ain't even fucking cold yet, but he's been dead for a while.
From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
I'm guessing that's what Vothry did. Vothry had them exhumed and turned into virtues. Or at least their bodies.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known.
What?
The bread is here!
Thus evicted from his borrowed form and cognizant no doubt of Emet-Selk's failure here in the first.
Patrick Mealy, thank you for 2 months. Welcome. That gets confirmed if you do all the role quests in Shadowbringers. Yes. Ah, I haven't done all the role quests.
It is quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
I mean, yeah. They can travel between their shards.
Of the fallen. My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
I love like Becca's like, they just do that? They do that all the time. They just possess dead bodies. Oh, that's a
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them.
No. Wow, I forgot that they just flat out say that it has to be Elidibus. Not really spoilers, you already knew how it worked out. Yeah.
Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light.
Tataru just stood there and watched, unknowingly not knowing that she was watching.
On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him.
Yes.
In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
Hold Philia.
And they have gained much by it. Emet-Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while the Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yes.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion.
What is that? Wonder Bar 2?
There's 2 in there.
Oh.
You get one, I get one.
A peanut butter caramel experience. Dual caramel aki on arancides.
Yeah.
It says dual caramel Archie Arachides.
If anyone speaks French in stream and they're listening to you, they're like, holy shit.
Wunderbar? Yeah, it's Wunderbar. It's a Cadbury Wunderbar. It's got a little Viking hat on it. It's funny. Prepared in Canada. Prepared in Canada.
Jesus Christ.
What else does it have for me to say here?
Did you get more boobas?
Yeah.
I see straws.
Cocoa Life is our sustainable cocoa sourcing program that does good for farmers, their communities, and our planets. Programme de prévousement d'orebo à du coco. Cocoa Life a incident positif sur les cultivateurs, les communes et notre planète.
Girlfriend?
Yes.
You did not finish your booba ice cream, and I see that there is another ice cream in here.
Yeah. Yeah.
That just means it'll be there for probably a month.
Did you see the fridge?
The roast that you bought?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that on Snapchat.
It's so
Sent me a
big.
snap in the middle of work.
Yeah, but you see it. You can go see it now in real life. Did you go see it? It's so big. So big. Wonderful. Anywho. Oh, I have tears.
Mayhap the blessing of light shielded islands chosen from Ascian influence. Or
I got it for $15 off.
Work. We cannot say for certain.
That's okay.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark.
What the fuck is he trying to do?
When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association.
Yeah, rather not make me look like a liar.
That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
'Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
We will not engage. Good thinking, Urianger. Asleep disturbed. As the Scions discuss how best to prepare for the inevitable Ascian machinations, Y'shtola states that her time would be better spent in the Raktika Greatwood. Almed and her sisters have discovered hitherto unexplored chambers in the Katana Ravel that may offer new insight into the Ascians and their motives.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
Okay. I think this is what the statues I had. You had to look at the statues of the animals and stuff. I fucking hated that. I'm so dumb.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals. But these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed. Why you... Ugh.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead.
Thancred is currently in the empty, but really? We're letting Alphino do the stalking? Yes. Thancred's busy!
As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism.
Pistola is sus.
Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone.
How can you see that?
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly.
So the Vieira tribe has never seen Indiana Jones.
Don't!
What? But I only... What is happening?
I think in this case, in the first, they're called the V.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Huh? Never touch anything in an ancient temple. Essentially. Oh god, they've been turned into Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Oh, more like Card Fight Vanguard. I don't fucking know, man. I don't play this shit. No shit, Sherlock, dig deeper, Watson. God dang, silly bunnies. We fight a boss, and there's card mechanics, and it's silly. I think they're what that one Zelda game was supposed to be, except not really, honestly, now that I think about it. But we win.
'Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
We've learned nothing. Thank you.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber.
It's Sphinx, I put your friends on the blockchain, Warrior of Light. Yeah, man, they fucking turned our friends into NFTs.
A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna?
Yeah, Vis.
A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I, for one, always believed.
I wonder.
What do you see, Ishtola?
By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Naught less than the echo.
So we found the Shantoto shard, given that Shantoto was a fucking warmonger of a black mage. I would not be surprised if this is like Shantoto's reflection.
In which case, none of this is mere coincidence.
And yeah, she had the echo.
A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight.
With that being said, I mean, there is a Shantoto in the lore of 14. 'Cause it's... Yeah. Isn't Shantoto the kind of like the representative for 12? Not 12, 11? Is Shantoto also in 11? How connected are 11 and 14? I'm curious.
We can never unpick the why of it. Now,
We actually
however,
meet Shantoto in the Black Mage questline, implying Shantoto also had the echo.
Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot?
The Black Mage Crystal, the Black Mage is the... So, also the Black Mage Crystal is the crystal of Shantoto.
The final days. If, as the XIV's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger?
I remember 1114 had like one crossover event. No, there was only one crossover event. I don't think they're meant to be connected.
The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided... It would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence.
I shall make
Still,
educated guesses
I
and
cannot
responses
choose
and
but
come
be
to
reminded
educated
of our
conclusions.
experience in
I shall
Amarot.
not be your average Twitter user. You must recall Emmett Selk's dying request.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the Tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fana will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
Let's see. They aren't connected in terms of lore? No. Yeah. Yep. If you have a black mage, your soul crystal came from a Lalafell that was so set on war that her and her people created the virus that affected the Numions. Hmm? Shantoto's great, though. She speaks in rhyme. She's a walking Dr. Seuss book. I remember everyone kind of hating her, though. Well, not really, like, hating her, but like, oh god, Shantoto is the thing. She has a little haughty, she has a oh ho ho laugh. She's got the whole fucking, yeah. Alrighty, by all rights, you should be departing for the Crystarium, but Y'shtola does not seem ready to return. Yeah, she has the Ojo-sama laugh. She had her own little cave here. You gonna make a move? You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. That broom is more than capable of sweeping by itself. Or rather, it will be. Ahem. Hey, she's gotta clean up her place. She's getting ready to leave. Time to rise, to swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound, until no dust is to be found. And now it's cute. And now it lives. In this one particular respect, I have no objections to following in Master Matoya's footsteps. I don't have time to clean. The good boy! The other good cat boy! In future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. It's like, what? I will dearly miss this place, these people. No! No! Runar! I saw this movie before. Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. Y'shtola really likes it here. something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. No, everything is fine, I assure you. It has been a long day, is all. I see. Y'shtola, thank goodness you're still here. Yo. Alphino, I thought you were following Ardbert. But Runar deserves to be with to everyone that ships their warrior light with Y'shtola, I get you, I very much understand, but Runar deserves to be with Y'shtola forever. Thought I'd say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every ilm of Norvrent in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. And it seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. We have only helped. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. But there's no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Well, we're all agreed that this is just another Asty employee, yes? They've commanded corpses before, and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different. Especially that of a fallen warrior of light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is, in all likelihood, Slitherbow. He will probably come here. Aliense, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Halric and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting for all of us. The best thing I can do now is let them rest. So I believe we're about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. Before visiting any towns and villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay a nearby Sin Eater to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Reen believeth one may lurk beneath the boughs of woven oath. Then that is where we will start our search. Master Matoya. Oh. A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. Oh. No. Runa. It's not fair. It's not fair. I've seen so much art of Runar and Y'shtola. I need more of it. I need more of it on my timeline on Twitter. I think I've only seen like 2. I need more freaking... I need more of them. I love them so much. Runar is such a good boy. He loves her so much.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Eater friend here, I can only apologize.
We killed it.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
Weren't you guys doing something else?
Indeed, and we've made a certain amount of progress. So we thought we might see how the rest of the world was getting on. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it? But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
His axe is so clean. Clean. Extend a friendly fist. Ask whether he wishes Seto were here. Fuck. I think I did this one.
Poor fellow. He will be sorely missed.
Aw. You're not Ardbert. The real Ardbert knows that Seto's alive. There we go. I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense.
I like how the Ardbert set comes in quotes. Okay.
After all,
cool.
It was never you that I needed to deceive. Yes, it is I, Elizabeth.
You only need to pick up some acting books. Well, no, it was convinced. It's not. It wasn't that bad of a charade, except by this point you kind of already know Ardbert. You know that he wouldn't act like this. And he wouldn't have acted like this. He would have acted like this if Shadowbringers didn't happen. If he wasn't with you through all of Shadowbringers, he would have acted like that. But he has. And he's gone because again, your soul's essentially fused. So there's no way for him to come back. He lives in you now. Essentially you've rejoined with him. So that can't be him. And then yeah, just bring, I don't know what the friendly fist would have been. I'm guessing he would have been like, what are you doing? Which he wouldn't understand. And then bringing up Seto, it's like Ardbert knows that Seto was still alive, that he's big and he can talk now and that he's, you know, fine. So to bring up Seto is like, oh man, don't you wish Seto were with you adventuring? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking miss the little guy. The real Ardbert knows that he's alive. You know? So and yeah, that's the I thought you were supposed to be good at this is kind of like being like, what the fuck? You're supposed to be acting like Ardbert. But it doesn't seem like you studied up on Ardbert. I'm guessing the fist bump would have been something that only you two did in private, because I think there was a scene where they did a little fist bump. But like, yeah, if you had tried to do the fist bump, he would have probably been maybe like, what the fuck's going on? Which would have also been like, your mask fell off, sir.
Through your time in Emet-Selk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emet-Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emmett Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable. But I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course.
Everyone's like, remember Emmett. Remember that thing he said. Respect that. Aw, man, Emmett. You fucked up.
As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves. There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any.
God, I love Elidibus's voice. So smooth and methodical, calculating. He knows what his next 10 moves are, and he surely knows our next 20 moves. Oh yeah, no, his voice is excellent.
I have my duty.
Wait!
Hmm?
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least. And 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
Really well.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries.
Okay. I was just telling Jester something.
Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little.
I love Elidibus's entire point of that speech is, you won't remember us, to contrast Emmett.
Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself.
Yeah.
In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, The Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just went back to give Arbert a friendly fist and he confessed. Okay, just went back and gave Ardbert a friendly fist and he confuses it with your arm giving you trouble. Even saying to go get it examined. It's like, the fuck are you doing? Is your arm okay? Yeah, okay, I assumed he was he just looks at it confused like, what are you doing? As long as you don't make me do any more chores.
A woman after my own heart.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Yes, it is them. Are you gonna have a bowl of pasta?
Yes.
I might have another bowl because I had a small bowl. And while I still have 2 hours to eat, I might have another bowl while I still have some tomato sauce. But unless you want to try it with the tomato sauce, you can totally take what's left of my tomato sauce. 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 That reminds me, I didn't put additional cheese on mine too. Do you want some tomato sauce? Sauce. Sauce. Was I on this one? Oh yeah, because that was when all of them, yes. Are you giving Jester tomato sauce? So, I explained it earlier, but just in case for those who came in and have no idea what I'm doing. I put it in the foodies chat. Yesterday I made with some of the chorizo and assorted meats that that Dindin sent me. I made a chorizo infused Alfredo, which because of the chorizo's fat, it has a high fat content, and the heavy cream and the parmesano, because I got like an actual block of parmesan and grated it, and a lot of it. It was very, very rich. Now, Jester says he likes it, and I liked it, but I felt like there was something missing. Like it needed something else, but I could not put my finger on it. And one of the theories that I had was that it might have needed tomato. Because most of the time, chorizo and pasta, it's usually in a tomato-based sauce, not a cream-based one. So with that in mind, I added some I only have like marinara sauce, but it was still like tomato sauce nonetheless. Just with a couple more spices and a little sweeter. So I drizzled some marinara sauce on it and gave it a good stir. And not only did the tomato sauce give it that like sweetness and like freshness from like a fruit or a vegetable, that like not only did it give it that freshness that it really needed to counteract that heaviness of all the dairy, but it also, like, the acidity of it helped cut some of that grease, which, while it did send me to the bathroom, did make it feel not as heavy on my stomach. Are you just having the plain noodles with some cheese?
I'm having it as it is.
Oh, okay. No, I was just wondering because over here it looked plain. It's okay.
No, I'm having the dish. I just didn't put tomato sauce in it.
No, it's okay. I was just curious. Do you want tomato sauce?
I will survive.
Okay. It's good with tomato sauce. I'm sorry. Alrighty. Whale's tail. We're like halfway through this. I wonder if we can get through all of it tonight. I don't think so, but let's keep going. We gotta go see Bismarck again. From here, we press forward to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. You perfected your technique, then? Just so. The water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provideth purchase fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh god, no. Post-Shadowbringers is long. Oh, I certainly shall. Forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? Aye, 'twould be a pity if you drowned, truly. Oh hush, I'm sure it will be brilliant. Yes. There's like two chapters for post-Shadowbringers, though. He's done it. Incredible. He's like Jesus. Oh no. You failed the concentration save! Rianche! For the love of... Oh, you can't swim. Glub glub. Mine apologies. The technique requireth the purest of focus, and mine 'twas lacking. You failed the concentration check. Or save. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the Fwath, and with their aid, mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. Just learn to swim, dude. I know not why I cannot repeat it. Thought I saw you waver a bit toward the end there. Perhaps you're simply tired? Thancred? Nothing to worry about, only a dizzy spell. Though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Thankfully we have an alternative. A wonder little invention, I'm certain you'll agree. We have a boat. It's a good thing we brought a boat. Glub glub. Hold on, I just got a message on Discord that caught my attention. one quick second. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, no, that is what I wanted. Just give me one quick minute. Just learn to swim, dude. Nay, I dost not believe I shalt. Yeah, seriously. Let me just... I'm trying to check something. Why swim when you have the potential to walk on water? Yeah, exactly. Seriously. What do I... Oh, here we go. Alright. Alright. There we go. Alright, we shall continue.
This structure must have served an important function. And here are yet more crystals.
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos seem to employ them in their spellcasting.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation. That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
thank you all for joining us at Aneder in these most perilous of times. By the summoning of Zodiarch have we been granted a reprieve, yet immutable as laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our demon. Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much to the convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings. I had hoped that the defector at least would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. Whither tend your thoughts, Vana? Where you lead, we will follow. I shall not speak ill of the convocation. They too seek only to secure the future of our star. Yes, it is plain they will not countenance a permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we prepared to pursue our chosen course, even should it mean suffering the eternal condemnation of our brethren? If so, I see no further reason to demur. Let us bring forth the light that shall ever after keep the darkness in check. Oh god, I'm doing something that I may come to regret. I'm picking up Paladin after dropping it all the way back in Heaven's Ward. Oh.
So, it was they who first summoned Hydaelyn.
Yes.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Venar before.
Paladin is a good class, and the Stormblood Paladin quest is much better than the Heavensward one, I assure you.
For a certainty, Emmet Selk never uttered the name, speak though he did, of the schism which Zodiarch's advent wrought upon mankind. Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained, and to that end did they call forth she who would serve as his shackles.
One second, I'm sorry.
We now know that it was this Venar to whom they looked for leadership.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that.
Mm-hmm.
I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image? The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
Hold on. I just saw a message. It's very interesting, and I have to like tend it. Hold on, let me. Alrighty. Let's see, how much longer am I gonna go for? I run through a couple dungeons and things until I'm ready to attempt an actual run. Hell yeah. Oh yay. But now, please, why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it were another, any other. You are a leader. None can take your place. You know very well as I that but few support our cause. Far fewer than they who place their faith in Zodiark. If Heidelin is to stand a chance of opposing him, I am the only one who might suffice as her heart. Rest assured, I shall not vanish from this world. The form I take shall ever remain my choice. Then I will press you no more. Only know this, you will be sorely missed. I wonder, is this how the Convocation felt about Elidibus? I'm getting messages everywhere.
What? Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiark's heart?
7 hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
Oh man, I don't know, Elise. Echoes of a fallen star. You trouble Oriange for his thoughts on how you and your fellow scions would occupy yourselves in Y'shtola's absence.
Dare I ask what's going on?
Hi, Raha.
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem. The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so. In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time. But a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found.
Everyone's quitting.
As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
It's you! The Warrior of Darkness!
Hi.
You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
Fair.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need. That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
Yeah, I did. And I picked up a lot of sheep shit. People, chocobos, you name it. Well, yes.
And we're trying to do the same. We may have our sky back, but there's no shortage of people who still need help. If we follow in your footsteps, then I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day. Even warriors of light.
Speak, how much of that sheep shit was your mount, though? Like, on the step? No, was not me. Like, just that little deflated, Yeah. We too can be warriors of light. You sure you want to be that? You sure? It's not all it's cracked up to be.
What are we to say to that? We can hardly tell them they are mistaken. They seek but to do good, as you have.
There's just this unamused, like,
But no more can we stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
What do you suggest?
What's happening to the sky?
Oh.
What the?
Wicked White. Oh no.
By the 12.
A star shower.
I hear a voice.
You and all. Why does it feel like it's inside my head?
Hear? Feel? Think?
I hear it.
Me too.
Did I not tell you, my friends? You are warriors of light! You're back!
Oh, now he's gone full cult leader.
What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold!
I'm a warrior of light.
I've been chosen?
Can it be?
Me, a hero.
Everyone wants to be special.
Wait! The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked?
You're right. You didn't say fucking please, Beta, no.
Nay, I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion, apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls. That which you and yours call the echo. And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it. But though sundered and forgotten through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether. along with the sight of our end. Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability, just as Hydaelyn is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
The Echo hath ever been thought a gift from Hydaelyn, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto? Her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the Echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant.
You get the Echo, and you get the Echo, and you get the Echo.
In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
Just so. And whenever Hydaelyn has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light. And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
Goes into darkness vortex. Yep, he did that. He gone did that. Am I sleeping like a fucking zombie? Yeah, I am. You literally couldn't just put me in like the doze pose. Like like, that it exists. No one sleeps like this. I refuse to believe anyone sleeps like that.
I sleep like that.
Like just straight planking.
Sometimes.
No, you don't.
We talked about how my friend, his wife told us that he like sleeps like he's in a coffin. People do that. I've done that.
Oh, buddy.
I can sleep fucking upside down.
Yo, I sleep like that. Look at the water. Look at the water. Wow. Beautiful. Technology. We've come so far. Who the fuck? Whomst. Gilnard. Mistress, it's Gilnard from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for calling so late. Who the fuck? What? A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from that business with the cardinal virtues. Hey, it's my girl! It's my girl, Gio. Lily ho, stranger. Lily ho, stranger. Lily ho, stranger. So there I am, minding my own business, quaffing my ale, when I hear a ruckus outside, and then, clear as day, warrior of light. That sounded like trouble to me, and I knew that if anybody was going to trouble herself over a trouble, it'd be you. Oh, that trouble. So I gave Gillinar the old, but I'm your best customer routine until he agreed to bring me here. And now I know where you live. Great, ain't it? Yeah, it's great. That look. Yeah, it's great. It's because the thing is like covering the mouth. They're probably smiling, but it's like, yeah, it's great. Some bastards walking around wearing Ardbert, Lamit's Ardbert, like a second-hand jerkin. Yeah, I know, I'm crushed too. I don't know what's more offensive, that or that you let him leave without a proper dwarven decking. Huh? He did vet. A certain Hobbs son refused to teach me. God, I love. She is the best. I kind of wish Anthony was here to see this. She just barges in and she just starts drinking and she's like, what the fuck? You let him get away? He did vanish into thin air. Bah! In a pinched, an improvised decking would have been fine. Tell you what, I'll show you how to knock that damn bastard flat in the blink of an eye here and now. Taboos be damned. After all, we ain't about to let him keep on like that, are we? Pretending to be Ardbert, Lamit's Ardbert. Ha! Step 1, make a fist. Step 2, extend your arm, like so. Step 3, beat him senseless. Got it? Good, now make me proud. Wicked White Polo. Wicked White Polo! You could have still punched him a couple times. I'm getting better at my Scottish, aren't I? Are you proud of me, Jester? Are you proud of me? You're smiling and getting a hickle and jolly out of that. You're smiling. What did you think of me speaking like this? Imagine if I spoke like this during more intimate times. You'd think it's blimey weird, wouldn't it?
My brain is going, I'm concerned if I answer you with either positivity or negativity. Because if I answer positivity, because I am not Scottish, if somebody who is Scottish comes up and says that sounds fucking awful,
you think it sounds awful?
Then I'll sound racist.
Oh. Well, no, I don't think so. You can just sound like somebody who doesn't know what a genuine Scottish accent sounds like.
You are putting on a good accent.
I think there's still some things I need to quite improve on, but I think I've got the general idea based on what I've seen and heard on certain sources, as well as what the Scottish accents that we get here. I feel like it might be a little bit more going into Irish instead of Scottish, but we're a mix. We're fantasy something or other. We're getting there. It's a work. Good. Imagine if I spoke like this as Polo. It would be... No, I don't think it would work. I don't think it would work. Anywho, let's keep going. Meanwhile, in the Crystal Tower's umbilicus... Yeah, that's how Polo should sound when drunk. I just go straight Scottish. Oh no, she's Scottish.
Foiled again.
Wunderbar.
If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
That's okay. There's a ton of blood in you, Raha.
Art thou unwell?
He's getting hard. I'm sure Carrie would be proud of you.
It wouldn't do to overtax.
Oh man. I need to check with Carrie. I don't know. I've never truly talked extendedly with Carrie before. I would love to one day. But I'm not sure if we'd be a lot of chaos or not. I feel like I'd be more shy. I get nervous around people I've not talked much to before. I can be really shy.
I'm fine. And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
Carrie's chaos incarnate. You just hear all the screaming. Wow. Xenos, how or why are you an Amarat? Who knows? Probably a dream.
The dream again.
Oh, yeah. He has discarded his big butt. Meanwhile, in the source, he's discarded his big butt armor. Now he's wearing, like, whatever that is, and a cape.
A recurring dream? They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
I have always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze.
Indeed.
Exposition no jutsu.
Could
Well, he was
Emmett
given
Selk
it.
have found a way. Precious few possess memories of the final days.
The final days?
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand.
Patios too. Thank you for the raid of 2 people.
I will gladly tell you
Welcome.
the tale.
I actually kind of like this outfit on Xenos. We don't see him with it later
tale of
on.
The world's end.
I actually like this outfit. Alright, well now we know that this lad is an Asian. Boy knows about Emmett in the final days. Yeah, he does. Alrighty. In the name of the light. We're getting pretty close. We might wrap up this first batch of post-Shadowbringers. Ah, Paulo, excellent timing. I have but this moment finished gathering the materials for our lesson. As a great many works make reference to the Warriors of Light, I shall, with your permission, focus only upon the details that seem most relevant. Thank you. Cutscene binge, yes! The Warriors of Light, you say? Forgive us, but we couldn't help overhearing. We've been out keeping watch with the Crystarium, so it appears to be business as usual. So I thought I'd spend some time brushing up my knowledge of familiars, and Alfio volunteered to help. For those coming in, we're doing a watch party. Yes, we're watching a watch party from 14 all the way up to Endwalker. We are in post Shadowbringers, as there are some sprouts and peeps experiencing a story through these streams, so please try not to spoil. Yes, no spoilers, please. I'm interested in hearing about the Words of Light as well. May I join you? Of course, the more the merrier. If you would care to find a table below, I shall be down with the books in a moment. Yeah, no spoilers. No spoilers for Endwalker either. I'm in the middle of it. Were one to pore over the annals of Randic history, one would note the comparatively frequent reoccurrence of individuals hailed as Warriors of Light. Ardbert and his comrades require no introduction, but many others bore the epithet long before them. To name but a few, there was Talthawil, the legendary first king of Lakeland, Rodford and Solard, the fabled Drawn and Galgant duo of Voibert. And no list of Randric heroes be complete without the thaumaturge Tiuna of Ronka. In older texts, she too was called a Warrior of Light. It did surprise me how ready people were to forget the negative associations of the title, but it makes sense that if it's been around for centuries. Rarely, in ages past, it was simply a synonym for hero. In the wake of the Flood, however, light came to be regarded with fear. The title used to exalt, not to exalt, but to revile. Yeah, Wicked White being one of them. A far cry from its beginnings. This, my friends, is Novrent's oldest epic, the original tale of the struggle between good and evil. In a time when all lay shrouded in darkness, a prophesied hero rose to deliver the world from its doom. Fighting in the name of the light, the hero styled himself its foot soldier, and thus did he become to be known as the Warrior of Light. Curiously, in the centuries that followed, other heroes appeared who claimed the selfsame epithet despite sharing no discernible connection with their predecessors. And in time, Warrior of Light came to be a name accorded to all men and women of uncommon skill and valor. Yeah, that's the first Warrior of Light from Final Fantasy I. From OG Final Fantasy. Oh wow, the plot thickens. As you know, the title of Warrior of Light is also used in the source. Though the manners in which individuals... Oh wait, this isn't my alpha now. Though the matters in which individuals have earned it are many and varied, heroes have been honored thus since antiquity. Nor does the custom show any signs of dying out, as you can well attest. My alpha knows great. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? It surely can't be a coincidence. Indeed not. Let us imagine a man who is awakened to the echo and is able to hear Heidelin's voice. Why did you make him Minetta? Who the fuck is Minetta? As she styles him, so too does he style himself, a warrior of light. Of course, being blessed with the echo does not in itself make one a hero. And conversely, there will have been no few heroes who were not blessed with it. But such distinctions are immaterial to the masses, and over time they came to use the title Warrior of Light and the word hero interchangeably. Sounds about right. It would be interesting to see if the theory holds true in the other worlds, if crossing the rift were that easy. Heidelin did call me a warrior of light. What's in a name? It doesn't change anything. And there I was thinking I was special. Heidelin did call me a warrior of light. Oh, let's just go with the humorous one. And there I was thinking I was special. The face like, oh.
But you are special. No matter how many warrior of lights there are out there, there's no one like you.
At any rate, assuming all this is true, and there's a common thread behind the epithet, I doubt the Asians will have been immune. Will have been immune. Wow, I can't read. To have the world at large associate light, and by extension Heidelin, with good, must have added insult to injury. Rain, I love you, but you aren't helping. While this discussion is undeniably fascinating, I wonder, should I be privy to it? Mayhap it would be better if I excused myself. Oh, no need for that, my friend. Pray accept our apologies. Your lesson on the Warriors of Light have given us much to ponder.
Oh, did someone say Warriors of Light? Wah!
Oh god, can I do little boys? Riki Tio, are you alright? Look how big her ears are. Ah, my precious tomes. Did I not say you must take care in the cabinet? You two, Arkil, Earwell. Erwell.
We're sorry, Master Morin.
Aren't you?
The Warrior of Darkness? My name's Rikitio, and I want to help everyone. Please tell me what I have to do to be a hero? To be a warrior of light?
I love how stubby their tails are. Yeah, they're not considered grown-ups until they learn how to wiggle them. You're not an adult if you can't wiggle your tail. Their tails are so tiny. It's so funny too, because if you saw the promotional art for the recent summer event, when they show like the little Mikote girl, she has a little stub in her model, but in the art she has a full-grown tail. It's kind of funny. Heroic dreams. And then yeah, you follow these little kids around who want to be like warriors of light. They want to be a little traveling party. You help do really cute shit, but now it's time to be serious.
Why am I... Was it you who called me here?
Huh? How? On behalf of the convocation, I bid you welcome to our order. At times you will stand with us. At times you will stand against us. All that you might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For yours is the seat of Elidibus, the emissary, and by this name shall your every action be guided. Yes.
So you peered into my memories. No matter. You will have found little of import. But I see you intended to summon me here no more than I intended to come. The fault is mine. Such is the burden of hope. I merely avail myself of such tools as I require for the conflict to come. That which I do is no different from that which you have done so many times, Warrior of Darkness. I arm myself, I hone my skills, I make ready to vanquish my enemy. You. You who have murdered my brothers, who have taken their selfless labors in service to the one true world and turned them to ash. I see you for what you are. You are death, and only in death shall you serve any purpose. The Convocation charged me to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. As Elidibus, it is my duty, and I shall see it done. I will strike you down. Destroy you body and soul. All else must wait. Ere long I will come for you, Warrior of Darkness. And I will save the world. One last matter. I bore witness to your final struggle with Emet-Sok. It seemed as if he saw something familiar in you. As if he mistook you for another.
Hythlodaeus called me his new old friend.
No. I recall not of whom he spoke. Mayhap I never knew you. Or mayhap it is another fragment lost.
Ah, I wasn't aware you already had a guest. If the conversation is constructive, I shall not intrude.
Oh my god, Raha, hi!
But if you seek to stir up trouble, Elidibus, then I must insist you leave at once.
Have you met my cat? That's not nice! You can't just kick my cat! Ow.
Though you lack her blessing, your soul is surprisingly dense.
Oh my god, Kitty, are you okay?
Worry not. I seem to be unharmed.
Putty tat, your arm!
This is my own doing. The consequence of my recent exertions.
That's not cool.
It is the Tower's way of compensating me for the demands I have placed on it. Rest assured, it is no great inconvenience at present. Indeed, I told Beck Lug as much, but they would not be persuaded and sent me away to rest.
You need to go bed.
No need to make a fuss. Strange as it may sound, I consider it something of a badge of honor. One of the brave souls who saw me delivered unto the First once said that the world shall ever have a place for tales of heroism so long as we have need of inspiration in our lives. Though he and his fellows had no way of knowing whether their mad scheme would amount to anything, they knew that the attempt alone would inspire hope. Or so they hoped. A more optimistic lot one would be hard-pressed to find. They said they would find a means to save our God's forsaken world, just as soon as they had sent me on my way.
said it with such confidence that, for a fleeting moment, I half believed them. Such faith, such courage in the face of unrelenting despair. For a long time, it was more than I could bear to remember them. But having come this far, having sent full many on their way myself, I see things more clearly. To take action is to hope. To believe, to choose to believe, is to take the first step towards a brighter future. And why do I tell you this? Because I want you to indulge me in a little recklessness. Needless to say, I have a plan. And when all is said and done, I will ask yet another favor of you.
Okay.
You're both here. Oh, thank goodness.
What's wrong?
It's Thancred. He's collapsed.
Uh-oh. We're running out of time. Fraying threads. Steadying her breath, Rena informs you and the Exarch that Thancred collapsed shortly after returning to the Crystarium. Together you hasten to Spagirix, where your comrade is currently being tended to. They're running out of time! Meanwhile, in the sewers.
This way.
Where the fuck are we?
Don't fucking swear.
I'm gonna say whatever I want.
I would rather you hadn't seen this.
I'm sorry. We have urgent tidings.
No, I'm not angry with you. On the contrary, I know full well how hard everyone has been searching for a way to return home. And I had hoped to afford you the time you needed. But given our friend's present state, perhaps it was for the best that you came.
Mm-hmm.
Stiff and cold, all of them. As if they were made of wax, barely alive at all. And they had been doing so well. Save for occasional signs of etheric instability, they appeared to be in passable health. Then, quite without warning, things took a turn for the worse. A change for which even Master Matoya could offer no explanation. She could only remind me that the soul is yet an unknown frontier, and that much and more lies beyond our ken. But let's not lose heart just yet. At times like these, it is all the more important that we remain positive. Why? I but this moment succeeded in quelling a fluctuation in Thancred's ether. And while the others have weakened, they have remained relatively stable. I believe I may leave my post for a moment. So come, let me hear your tale outside.
Hey, Tatari, could you light a candle or a lantern? I can't see shit. Kyle, why are you working on one goddamn tea light? Girl. You live like this? I can't even see Alphino. He's not even on that bed. There he is. There they are. There we go. God, that's so fucking... Food for the soul. Let's go, let's keep going. Holly, we're so close. We might actually finish the first batch. Yeah. Okay, nerds.
Forgive the delay.
We have visited every region and confirmed the presence of Ascians throughout the realm.
Lest a grave predicament be made to seem hopeless, it should be noted that they are of inferior rank. The black-masked minions who answer to the red.
Yes, a gaggle of schemers attempting to exploit recent events to sow the seeds of petty conflict. Fortunately, nothing of any great concern has come of their meddling just yet.
We also encountered a number of the Crystarium's former defenders, busily solving this problem and that in a bid to become warriors of light.
Their zeal is to be applauded. 'Tis but a pity I cannot encourage them on their course.
Not knowing Elidibus set them upon it, no. Both the troubles to be solved and the villains to be vanquished are his doing too, like as not. And so, with apologies to the aspiring warriors of light, I believe it best that we deal with the Ascians quickly and quietly.
I quite agree.
But tell us, what news from the source? How fare our bodies?
You guys are dying. Time is not on our side.
Indeed. Heartening though it is to know we can stay a while longer, returning home must remain our priority.
This seems an appropriate moment to ask about the spirit vessel. Have you made any progress?
We have, as it happens. One moment.
And let me go fetch it. I'm going to go get it. It sounds how it's like adenoidal, but not quite.
The red stones. Then this doth mean...
We stabbed each one.
For the benefit of all, permit us to explain.
We stabbed each one into Raha for effect, for...
As you will recall, using white aura sight as our starting point, we fashioned a vessel for mind and memory both. Yet, though it served this purpose admirably, the process of imbuing it with one's complete essence proved a somewhat thornier proposition. Simply put, the memory would not accompany the mind. And so, we looked to the Alligan's mastery of memory transference for a solution.
God, imagine if they all went back to their bodies, but they had no memories of anything that happened throughout Shadowbringers. Only you know.
This approach was not without its own complications, however, relying as it does upon blood, which inanimate objects notably do not possess.
Things do not bleed.
We duly explored methods of suffusing the vessel with drops of the aforementioned. Alas, our painstaking experimentation succeeded only in making me feel faint, and singularly failed to imbue the crystal with the necessary properties. It was then that an idea occurred to me. Namely, that we might fuse the vessel not with normal blood, but with my crystallized essence.
We engaged in bloodletting. It did not work. So I stabbed it first in my fleshy arm, and it did not work. So we stabbed it into my crystal-y arm, and it did.
You're doing this for our sakes. So far be it from us to complain. But don't think we haven't noticed what's happening to your arm.
It's fine.
It falls well short of offering up my life in exchange for yours, which was your only stipulated prohibition, as I recall. And it is but a small price to pay for delivering you home.
Assuming it works, we shall soon know if this grisly addition will serve as a suitable conduit for the subject's memory. Although not soon enough to warrant your waiting, the test is like to take a while.
Let us be off then. We have Ascians to attend to, among other things.
Forgive me, but I count 6 vessels, and there are only 5 of us.
One is for testing purposes. I will personally use it to see whether the crystal functions as it should.
And because I want to come too.
And if it does, wouldn't that mean that your soul could also return to the source?
Yes. In theory, at least. But there is a distinct difference between your circumstances and mine. While your corporeal forms want for souls, my past self does not. Mayhap our essences would blend, or mayhap they would curdle. There is no telling what might occur.
We don't know yet. We'll fuck around and find out.
And you'd be willing to take that risk?
I would.
I see.
And that would probably kill me too. Alize. God fucking damn it, Raha. God damn it, Graha. Stop telling Alize you're gonna kill yourself. We'll go check on her. Yeah, she's like, it might work, and it probably won't, or it won't, and then my past self is gonna probably die too. Oh well. You're okay with that? What's he supposed to do? Alize would rather not know at this point. Oh, let's go. We are here again. In the Here Land. Oh no, you stole her.
Excellent. I had intended to speak with you alone.
Not even asking past Graha for consent on this one. Well, if Kryl is to be believed, past Graha would have done it too. It's fine, I guess.
None of my doing, lest you misunderstand. The link between her body and soul wavers.
I had nothing to do with this one. I just happened to be here. Says Elizabeth.
I know not what you hoped to find here, but it will avail you naught to learn of our past.
Ow, the echo. Reviewing the records yet again? Really? You worry too much, Elizabeth. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession. To think some thought you ill-suited for the role, how wrong they were. But come, turn your gaze outside the window, my friend. But come, turn your gaze outside the window, my friend. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day.
It fades. Fades away into oblivion. Does the world no longer have need of me? No. I am Elidibus, and I will fulfill my duty. Sundered though you may be, you fought for the world's salvation. For hope. Hope. Ah, it swells within me, empowers me. Now I may carry out my mission.
Also, Pastra is still kind of stuck in the crystal tower. Yeah, he is. He's in a coma.
Why do I yearn for this? Why do I struggle so? I shall take her into my safekeeping. If you want her back, you will do as I ask.
God damn it, Elidibus.
Show me your strength. I would take your measure. I have prepared a suitable arena. You need but ride the flow of ether.
God damn it. Okay, I think we're getting... We are getting close. Do you want your other cat back? Fuck you, fight me. I'm gonna do a quick BRB. I think we're definitely getting to the end of this. I hope. If not, don't worry. And then there's like post Shadowbringer main quest too. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Straight back into it. I got a bubbly. I got munchies. Should I snack? I'm gonna kick Elidibus's ass. Let's go. You're familiar with this place, I believe. This remembered Amarat. Proceed to the capital. I shall return your comrade to you there. You speak as if you were disappointed in me. Why? I'm your enemy and you mine. Our goals were in conflict, and we are fated to clash. Or had you hoped that feigned sympathy and false understanding would cast your crimes in a less reprehensible light? That I would come to look upon you as a friend? I know this song. What song is this? What song is this? Raven, what song is this? I know you know. You who have slaughtered my people, who would tear down everything we have built, to the edge. This song normally plays in other things. The Office. That look to the camera. It's instrumental and distorted. You do not deny it then. Very well. Let us change the cast of this trial. You will have what you will know what you've stolen from us. Momodi. Bet you didn't build anything except a soul-eating god. You're the one tearing stuff down. It's a Lin. Oh, I hear answers. But do not imagine I crave remorse, only justice. I already have to deal with this shit and we'll die. Don't need it here. I got through all their trials and bullshit. It was kind of cool. An impressive show of strength. But surely no more than a foretaste of that which Emmett Suggs' conqueror is capable. Such might requires a fair measure. To compare with the like with like, yes. I shall just have to test you myself. Come on, Polo, show me what you can do. Fallen warrior Ardbert. No, you're not Ardbert. That's not my cane. I'll fix that. I'm not gonna fix it now though.
You have grown stronger since last we fought.
Mm-hmm.
The result of your trials in the first, no doubt.
Yeah. I got swamp.
Have you finished?
Stola woke up, by the way.
My apologies. I freed myself as soon as I awoke, but rather too late, I see.
Very much enjoyed that solo trial fight.
Now, Elidibus, if you have ceased trading blows, I would trade words with you. I have a theory, you see. One concerning that which you seek to accomplish. It stems from who, or rather what, you truly are. A primal. The ancients created Zodiac to deliver the star from destruction. If the magic that brought him forth is the precursor of what we know as summoning, then Zodiac would have been instilled with a presiding desire. I found it among the records at Anida, and it came as no surprise. Were I faced with the world's destruction, I too would wish for the same.
Mm-hmm. Crunch, crunch.
Salvation. I know that you sacrificed yourself to become Zodiac's heart. How you came to be separated from him is less clear.
Yeah, this last no.
But if you are a fragment of his being, it stands to reason a desire for the world's salvation would drive you. And thus did you seek to inspire the masses to rise up as warriors of light, going so far as to use Ardbert as a symbol of hope.
Excuse me. I don't remember much of that fight. I suck so hard with remembering
Correct
mechanics
on all
and
counts.
battles.
Such is my nature, and such are my methods.
Excuse the bag ruffling.
I have aided heroes. I have made them. I have even become them.
We're a professional stream here.
This served not only to strengthen me, but also to facilitate the work of my brothers, such as Emmett Selk, with his penchant for nation building.
Penchant. I can never say penchant. His penchant.
Then you will be all too familiar with the fickleness of mankind. We change, we forget, and what little we do remember becomes twisted and fragmented over time. For which reason, you deem us unfit to carry on your legacy. But are you, yourself, free of these foibles? As the last witness of the final days, do you remember everything that was lost? Or even the things you cared about?
Get to the point.
Nah. Get to the point.
A primal is shaped by the hope that fuels it. Even should this hope be something as simple as the world's salvation, it is the collective desire of innumerable disparate souls crying out for deliverance. Having drawn your strength from such a cacophony of voices, can you truly be sure you still speak with your own?
Do you have rights?
Your question is irrelevant. No matter how much I should change, no matter how much I should forget, I shall ever remember. my duty. At times I stand with my brethren. At times I stand against them. All that I might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For Elidibus is my name and my mission, guiding my every deed. But enough talk. You have shown me sufficient proof of your might.
Yeah.
As I am now, I would struggle to defeat you. Yet I have still to play all of my cards. If I could offer you some semblance of sport, your lessers would pose no threat to me. Would you not agree, Warrior of Darkness?
Ha. Etched in the stars. The peculiar crystal lies in the capital's polished floor. Weird rack. Gone is the brilliant radiance of life, replaced by the sickly glow of malformed creatures. Grape flavored. Is this to be how it ends? For we who love the star with all our being? No, I will not suffer it to be so. Well, well, we meet again, my new old friend. Hey, yo! The receptionist at the bureau. I love how you can just keep playing that. The receptionist at the bureau. No, I miss the days. Remember me? I'm curious to see what he says when you keep mistaking him as the. How good of you to remember. Ah, I see you've been collecting stars. I speak of those crystals. They have constellations etched upon them, yes? High in the heavens, those stars shine their guiding light down upon the lives below, fitting symbols for the convocation of 14. Would you not agree? As you will have gathered, each crystal bears an account of the life of a member of the convocation as remembered by the Unsundered. Lest you worry, they aren't concepts. They are far too incomplete to be so, but they suffice for imbuing memories with sundered souls, that they might be restored to their office. It is also a Kickstarter that you could have backed a while back, that you can get a locket in the shape of the one that you get that has like the little sun on it. It's really cool. I backed it and I'm getting it in rose gold. It's a really pretty locket. Anyway, keep them. I'm sure him itself wouldn't mind. Yes, there was. Look up Locket of the Traveler on Kickstarter. Yeah, it was a Kickstarter. I'm pretty sure I retweeted it when I backed it. And they got their goal, like, I think on the first day. And it came in gold, in white gold, in gunmetal black, and in rose gold. I was really hoping they would unlock rose gold. And they got it. So I'm getting a locket with like the little legacy engraving, and then it's gonna be in rose gold because I've never owned anything rose gold and I love rose gold. So
How can you love rose gold if you don't own anything rose gold?
because I know it's pretty And rose gold is expensive!
What's getting you for Christmas now?
Anywho, it's a very.
Is that a fucking angel from Evangelion?
No.
Oh, okay.
Either way, it's pretty. It's a pretty rose gold locket in the shape of those crystals, and it's really, really pretty. And I think it should be coming. I think they had the backer kit come out like a couple weeks ago, and I think it's gonna be getting fulfilled in October or November. I don't know, but it's really, really pretty. So I'm actually legitimately excited to get it because I backed it. And like the stretch goals were met at the tier I backed it. I'm also getting like a bunch of pins and shit, and I'm like, cool, free shit. So keep them. I'm sure Emmett Selk wouldn't mind. We've just got a new type of jester, reverb. Oh yeah, I'm still on the filter.
What type of filter?
It's a reverb, like a T-Pain.
Did we get like reverb jester?
It's like T-Pain. It's like T-Pain fucking auto-tune.
Oh, like when he fucking watches Shofu's raps?
Yeah. So how fare you of late? You're feuding with Elidibus this time, I believe? It's cause like, listen to these fucks when they talk. Oh no, the cutscene just then?
Oh,
no.
I was about to say, you just gave me an earpiece.
Look.
Nothing. Am I stroking?
The auto-tune of you saying T-Pain is way too high. T-Pain. I shall refrain from passing comment on your struggle. It is not my place to do so, long departed as I am.
Don't be a dick, ghost.
But if I may give voice to a personal desire, I would rather you lived. If you do not, how will you keep your promise to Emmett Selk, the promise to remember? It must weigh heavy, the burden of all those memories. To one who has lived a life such as yours, I can well imagine how Elidibus's existence might seem hollow, how empty his single-minded pursuit of a half-forgotten cause must appear. But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. Well, that is quite enough talk about Elidibus. I would see if you can reunite the wayward stars. Yeah, that crystal. I mentioned before that there was a number of the Convocation who opposed Zodiar's summoning and defected, one whose office was left vacant. Defectors have been deemed unworthy of commemoration. No crystal exists for the individual in question. Or shouldn't exist, at any rate, and wouldn't, had a friend not created one in secret. A crystal bearing the forgotten name of her office, along with the magic of her own conceiving, a singular incantation embodying her spirit. Among all the offices, the 14th was most unusual, for while the rest sat in Amarod, its holder was charged with gaining an intimate knowledge of the wider world. In the course of her duty, she traveled the length and breadth of every land and befriended countless folk. She encountered troubles too, of course, matters which she could simply have referred to the Convocation, but that was not her way. Nay, more often than not, she would call upon her comrades and together resolve matters themselves. Such is the magic sealed within that crystal, the magic to summon the stars to your side. In the greatest need, should you wish upon it with all your heart, it will surely answer your call. And now it is where it belongs. And there is no need for thanks, but nor will I hear any complaints about it either. After all, I cannot say whether I act of my own volition or by the will of my recreator. You gave me orange. Oh. I like the grape one, but I guess I'll take orange.
I was wondering where you disappeared to.
You stole, I found a rock.
Is something troubling you?
Yeah, why are you just holding out your hand like a dumbass? It's fine. Let's keep going, please.
No? Very well.
So long, our new old friend. Oh, wait. Let me turn off the filter. I can finally talk normally.
Let's hurry back to the surface.
Let's go. I like Amarat. It's kind of cool. Yeah, search for crystals, yet more crystals, yet still more crystals. I was waiting to see how long you'd keep it on. But yeah, it's a really cool one. Really cool Kickstarter. Eager to rendezvous with your comrades, Y'shtola sets off for Yulmore with a brisk pace, leaving you trailing in her wake. Oh, we're getting to the end. I think we can totally wrap up this bit.
Forgive us our lateness. Master Chai, my congratulations on your appointment. By all accounts, you are a capable mayor.
Oh, I have capable friends, my lady. I must say, it's good to see you looking hale and whole again.
The credit for that lies with my own capable friend, without whom I might never have escaped my abductor.
Yeah, Y'shtola was kidnapped by Elidibus, and then I fought him, and then I bought a bunch of rocks, and each one is flavored like a nutritious fruit with stars on them. Guys, you're making Mom worry.
I suppose that would explain why Elidibus has been fostering faith in the Warrior of Light. While you were enjoying your audience with the Wandering Heart of Zodiac, we were busy dispatching the last of the Black Masked Ascians, a task which proved almost insultingly easy. Formidable though we undoubtedly are, they were obviously sent to provide encouragement for budding heroes. One cannot help but wonder how many times the ploy has been used before.
Master Chai, you mentioned that the people of Calusia are similarly enamored of the Warrior of Light.
Indeed, though it's hardly surprising given the state of the world. Many are still struggling to find a purpose, and it's only natural that they should take comfort in the tales.
Then the fever has spread to every corner of Norvrent. We may have dealt with his black-masked minions, but it is plain Elidibus has yet to show his hand.
Oh my! What a spectacular sky!
What is it, Mom? She's like, why is everybody freaking out?
Another star shower.
Wait, is that... Amarat?
Here, feel, think.
Did you hear that? That voice calling out?
No, I didn't hear anything, but... Why do I feel so... like I've lost something dear to me?
Does Elidibus seek to awaken more people to the Echo with clearer visions of the final days?
Uh-oh.
And who might you be?
Whoever they are, they've come for our heads! No, you don't!
They are not of flesh and blood.
We can kill them.
I know this magic. The rings are like unto those that the Exarch did employ in our summoning.
Dungeon's concept is so freaking cool.
Are you saying the Exarch is summoning them?
Nay, yet the similarity can be no mere coincidence.
Should we make a stand here, or retreat to the Crystarium?
The ether churns around us. More of them will appear ere long.
I can't remember this dungeon
To stay would
either.
only place innocents in harm's way. We must fight this battle elsewhere.
Wait! Take one of our airships. You can decide what to do on your flight to the Crystarium.
You are a capable leader in your own right, Master Chai. The citizens of Yulmore chose well.
It's settled then. To the airship!
I literally can't remember this dungeon. I suck at remembering dungeons, you don't understand. The Hero's Pass? I don't remember fuck. I don't remember dick. Hero's Gauntlet.
I think that's the last of them.
Apparently even they have limits. Nevertheless, we should remain vigilant.
Gave us Ascian robes as gear. Oh. Wow.
Urianger, something occurred to me while we were fighting. These enemies.
Oh, is that the dungeon where you travel all over Novrant? Wasn't that another dungeon? Oh, it was this one. Yeah, where you walk through, you run all the way around freaking the Crystarium. Quick, how do you forget the dungeon that you see the only 100% canonical appearance of Hildebrand? Because I hadn't played the Hildebrand quest at that point, and I don't remember dick. So this is the one. Okay, so this is the one that where it looks like the world's ending. You're running across Novrand. Okay, why did I think that was a different dungeon? Wait, it has a Hildy Easter. I have to redo some of these dungeons. Clearly, I need to redo some of these dungeons. Clearly, I have to
Our
redo them.
heroes, hailing from other shards, summoned hither to deliver this world from its doom. Scant moments after the star shower did they appear, as yet more souls were inspired to walk the hero's path, no doubt. Thus did hopes for salvation of realms near and far resonate and converge, lending still greater strength unto our adversary.
So that's Elidibus's game. But first things first. If the rings are the same as the Exarchs, then we need to ask him how that's possible.
The Crystarium is close. Let us press on.
They come.
Yeah, Hildebrand has a chance of being one of the summons looking confused on the side of the dungeon map.
So near and yet so far.
In the chaos of conflict, one can always find an opening to exploit.
Whoever taught you that is a wise man indeed, and good with a gunblade. But yes, I dare say we can create an opening wide enough for at least one of us to slip through.
I have raised my daughter well.
That being you, of course. Though others are welcome to follow in your wake. Reen and I will keep our guests occupied.
Brave and selfless as ever. Yet the two of you may struggle to fool our foes, etherically sensitive as they are.
Oh, shut up, Thancred.
Had you a comrade who could use destructive magics to wreak havoc upon the ambient ether, on the other hand?
I am here too.
Very well. I too shall assist in the diversionary effort.
I'm not gonna talk myself up. I'll help too, I guess.
Oh, not this old dance again. Yes, obviously I'll stay and fight. Alphino, I'm about to do a great many stupid and reckless things. Watch my back, would you?
You're the smart twin after all.
And there you have it. Take care of yourself, my friend.
You don't have enough lives for this. Make a nice big opening, eh?
We'll do our best.
Finished? Then let's begin.
I'm clearly gonna have to redo some dungeons because, like, I don't even remember this. Alrighty, let's keep going. Also, I feel like it needs to be pointed out, Stola started as a conjurer, and now she's slinging around fireballs and casting fucking Thundaga to royally fuck people up. A short while earlier, in the Ocular. Meanwhile...
Tis done.
Oh, let me see, let me see!
Did you do it?
Oh, yes! Your memories are preserved safely within. We've done it! We've done it at last!
I have inspected the other vessels. They are all ready to receive of our friends' memories.
Oh, excellent! Excellent! I shall have my familiars bear word to them at once!
Oh no.
Elidibus.
It was not until I observed the battle between Emet-Selch and the Warrior of Darkness that I realized what I must do. I will summon heroes from other worlds unto the first, just as you did. Their presence shall serve to empower me, granting me the strength to crush my enemy.
Though it pains me to disappoint you, I feel compelled to explain that the magic in question requires no small amount of preparation.
Ah, but you assume I require my champions to be summoned in their entirety. I do not. Their souls needn't even be whole. My purpose requires no more than their burning desire to vanquish evil. This I shall sear upon the ether, raising thereby an army of phantom heroes to whom I shall whisper, as I have to so many over the ages. Here lies darkness. It must be destroyed.
And you expect me to cooperate?
I do not require your cooperation. Your death will suffice. The magic I shall have from your corpse.
When the chorus hits in this song. When the chorus hits.
We must flee!
You gotta get out of here, man. Oh no!
But what is this?
Those were sounds.
My friend, how did you... No matter, Elidibus, he took us unawares.
It was all we could do. To raise a war to hinder his steps. And so we fled. But he took it. The vessel with the Exarch's memories. Forgive me. Forgive me.
I dropped it.
The vessel bears not only my memories, but my blood. The blood of Allegan royalty, granting him the means to control the tower. With it, he has performed I know not how many summonings, calling forth heroes from across the rift.
He's like, I'm going to kill you so I can do the thing. Oh wait, I just found this lollipop you dropped that does the same thing. Thanks a lot, fuckers. Yeet.
And, as you can see, the burden upon the tower is beginning to tell. If you mean to face him alone, I will not allow it. Not this time. Elidibus has exploited the people's nobility, twisted their purest intentions for terrible ends. And I cannot let it stand. As Exarch, it is my duty to protect them, to defend their hopes and dreams. So I am going to the Crystal Tower, with or without your blessing. Though, I would rather it were with.
I'm going to go there, whether you say I can or not. But I would like it if you let me.
Thank you.
I joined you, but I would only be a burden. Better that I remain here with my gremlins.
No, Doggo, don't be so mean to
I shall
yourself.
send help. Stay strong, my friend, and take heart. By binding Elidibus within the tower, we have done more than simply delay him. Much
hitting the
like
rock
our
candy too
adversary,
hard.
I am not wont to show my hand prematurely, but the time has come to bring my strongest card to bear. To the tower!
Oh boy. Oh buddy. Warrior of Darkness, Exarch, forgive us this paltry greeting. We were not notified of your coming. It wasn't planned. I need you to assemble a rescue party. Our friend Becklug lies wounded in a clearing to the west. Pray go to their aid with all haste. I'm a white mage! At once, my lord. May I ask how they came to harm? There have been reports of enemies in our midst. Specters who appear after the star shower. Do they have something to do with it? Yes, the man who attacked Beglug is also responsible for the star shower and the appearance of the specters. I have no time to explain, but know that the individual in question does not seek to do indiscriminate harm. If you do not bar his servant's path, they will not turn on you. You are to leave this foe to us, understand? Meanwhile, I ask that you alert the rest of the guard and focus on maintaining calm in the city. Understood. Lena. I shall take charge of matters in the city. Find Becklug now. No time to explain. The graver the matter, the less inclined you are to speak of it, even when it is plain for all to see, like what is happening to you. Lena, this time there truly is no time. I know, my lord. Or matters otherwise, I believe you would even be willing to speak of your past if pressed. Yet I remain afraid to do so. Afraid that what I might learn would make a stranger of you. Forgive me, there is no time. Perhaps a few words are in order. Look at my dump truck. Holy crap, my ass. Indeed, time must be made. Lena, do you remember the time you got lost in the tower when you were little? And I searched for you for hours on end. And the cake I baked for your 10th name day. That hideous lump of good people. That hideous lump the good people of the mean covered up with beautiful candles. You baked your cake. And your hapless first encounter with the Sin Eaters as a guard. Afterwards, you threw yourself into your training, pretending nothing was wrong, though I could see the tears in your eyes. All these moments that we shared, all the feelings that accompanied them, they are as real as aught that came before, and nothing will ever change that, will ever change what we mean to one another. I love how adorable he is as a dad. If I have made you worry, then I beg your forgiveness. Heavens know you deserve better. Through the darkest of times, you have kept faith in me, standing tall as a proud daughter of the Crystarium, as an example to us all. I count myself blessed to have had you in my life, and I want you to know that. Why do you speak so, as if this were our last meeting? Truly, you have a knack for making people worry. Yeah, what the fuck? Besides, it is you who are an example to us all. You who have led us through countless trials, and you who have led us through countless trials to come. You who will lead us. So go, my lord. Do what you must, but take care. It's like, I baked you a cake on your 10th birthday, but the Easy Bake Oven was broken, so I had to use the actual oven, and that's where the problem arose. I didn't know how to use it. Oh, baby, don't cry. No. No, don't cry. She's like, yeah, I'm not seeing him after this. She knows. Alrighty. Bram. Let's go up the tower.
Not here either. We must keep climbing.
Oh, fuck.
Twas but a matter of time. I cannot keep up with you, nor will it avail us to make a stand here.
This teleporter's coming in like, sup?
You must go on without me. Find Elidibus and stop him. Worry not, my friend. Though I am no warrior, I have learned to hold my own over the years. When first we explored this tower, you and your fellow adventurers formed the van, while I was left to follow in your wake. Suffice it to say, I was not best pleased with the arrangement. How I wished that I could join you. And now I have, here where it all began. I was right to trust in you. and the power of your legacy, of your name, to let them guide my every deed.
For Elidibus is my name and my mission, guiding my every deed.
Did you never consider other paths? Why me? And these portals are taking their time.
Why you? Why not you?
Stop being so wholesome.
Had I chosen another, we would never have made it this far. Or do I mistake your meaning? Elidibus spoke in similar terms, you say? How curious. To answer your question, then, I made my choice for reasons which seemed obvious to me, but may not to any other. There were the expectations I placed upon myself before beginning my slumber, and the expectations of those who roused me. Of course, I had the choice to turn my back on a lot of it, but in the end, it was no choice at all. I cherish the time I spend with you and the others. What I wouldn't give to return to those halcyon days. Chasing ancient secrets, overcoming trial after trial with the aid of like-minded comrades. And what remarkable comrades they were. In such company, I felt as if I were a character in the epic tales that had stirred my heart as a boy. As if my dream had come true. It hadn't, of course, for I was no hero. Neither then nor after. Though the world to which I awakened and the first were beset with myriad problems, I rarely knew how best to play my part. There was, however, one thing of which I was certain. That I could not bear to let those dear to me meet a tragic end. I'm afraid our time is up. Go! Rest assured you haven't seen the last of me. I wouldn't dream of playing my trump card save in your presence.
Such a good boy. Such a good darn boy. God, we're so close.
Memories of a possible future. Worthless. All. Worthless as memories of the only past. Fated to fray and fade into oblivion.
leaving naught but a gaping void.
Sup?
The Waking Sands. Yes, that was the place. The place I first made myself known to you and yours.
Yeah.
The seventh rejoining had left the realm listing dangerously towards darkness, and events were unfolding that threatened to push it over the brink. Thus did I approach you in my capacity as emissary, thinking that you would make a useful pawn.
But I was wrong. And for my misstep did La Habrea and Emet-Selch pay the ultimate price, leaving me the last of the Unsundered. My remaining brethren, fragmented as they are, cannot hope to see our mission to its end. It falls to me alone. Defeat is not an option. I will strike you down. I will resurrect Lord Zodiac, and I will bring back those who sacrifice themselves to call him forth. Though it take 1,000 years, upon my honor as Elidibus, emissary of the Convocation of 14, I will see this done.
But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. You worry too much, Elidibus. The dedication to your duty verges on obsession. Those who once relied upon you are no more. However hard you struggle, you will never bring back the Convocation.
What of it? I have my mission. I am Elidibus, and it is my duty to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. This I swore to someone.
We spoke, and I swore.
What? What did I...
Here comes the identity crisis.
This pain, this torment, is nothing. No more than must be suffered to deliver the world from its doom. No more than any of you malformed creatures have known. Even should you lose all that is dear to you, even should it cost you your life, you bear the burden and fight on. Kicking and screaming until your last breath is spent!
Aye, it's true. We've lost much and more. Known unimaginable suffering. But through it all, we never, ever forgot what was dear to us. And that's what gave us the strength to carry on.
No. It will not end here. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call. The time is come to deliver your brethren from darkness. My heart's sole desire is a world free of sorrow. Join with me now in hope and prayer for the salvation of all.
We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back.
If you would usher in the end, then with my all shall I oppose you. As the avatar of those mortal heroes who fought unfalteringly in all their imperfection, as the warrior of light incarnate. Come, warrior of darkness, let us finish this.
Imagine if you're like in like an elephant suit or like a pig suit.
What?
Best boss reveal. Herein I commit the chronicle of the traveler, shepherd to the stars in the dark. The world be sundered and our souls set adrift. Where you walk, my dearest friend, fate shall surely follow. For yours is the 14th seat, the seat of Azem.
An invocation of Eld. Though not of Heidelin's making. What are you?
And we're like, fuck you, we're the real warrior of light. I jumped out of my seat when I got to this scene. We are Zem, you fuck.
No. It matters not. You are the enemy. And you will fall. Even should it cost me everything, I will not forsake my duty.
And we do the fighting. Are they gonna give us that scene in the fight? Seed of sacrifice. Warrior of light, Elidibus.
For my people, for our world, I will strike you down.
Just me. It's just me. It's just me. Are they gonna give us that one scene? Are they gonna give us that one scene? They're probably not, but are they gonna give us that one scene? No. Aww.
No. I cannot fail. I will not.
For those that don't know, there's a point in this fight where he has you in like a bit of a grasp. And it's like, oh man, we're gonna lose. And then someone comes to our aid and they're like, it can't be you. It can't be you. And then and it's a shadow that looks like the freaking masky dude. And maybe you're like, for a moment, you're like, who is this? Who is this? Fucking, is it Hythlodaeus? But then they walk away and they do that little fucking hand movement, wave away. You're like, it's fucking Emmett! He banishes you and an old friend saves us. And then you kick his ass. And that part was so good. I love when the fights have cutscenes in them. But I hate that, but I also hate because you won't see them. You have to redo it.
You have achieved nothing. I am immortal, yet I will never surrender.
Elidibus, so fixated were you on my memories of the future, you failed to heed the lessons of the past. Your obsession blinded you to the true nature of this tower, this beacon of hope for mankind. Created to serve as a reservoir for the limitless energy of the heavens. To harness and bind the boundless. Not unlike white auracite.
It's pretty much just white auracite. It might as well be made of it.
Your ill-begotten power. Obtained by exploiting that which is best in us. I shall have it. Your soul and all!
We killed him. And then we killed him. Oh my god, I'm doing Seed of Sacrifice right now. It's like, that's it, I'm doing it! I gotta see the cutscene! Oh, good shit. Oh, and you see this, and you're like, oh, it makes sense. It's a baby.
This.
Oh.
Yes. I would become him. I would save everyone. This, I believed. Yet still they cried out in rage and despair. Divided over the fate of the star. A rare occurrence, always fleeting. But not this time. Not this time. Reconciliation. Elidibus. I was needed. I withdrew myself from Zodiac. For them. My people. My brothers.
Oh.
My friends.
Oh, don't cry.
Stay strong. Keep the faith. At duty's end, we will meet again. We will. We will. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. But you are not here to see it.
baby. He was just a baby. Oh, he's in there now. Oh, hey. Oh wait, you're dying.
I concede I may have overexerted myself.
Yeah, now you're gonna admit to it, you dummy.
Steady now and listen. I told you before that I had a plan, and that when all is said and done, I would ask a favor of you. We have averted the 8th Umbral Calamity. Found a way for everyone to return to the source. And, last but not least, we have secured the future of all the people of Norvrand. We have won, my friend. So, I hope you'll forgive me this moment of selfishness, and while I wouldn't want you to feel obliged, promise me you'll take me on your next adventure. A journey. Together. That's all I ask.
You could have asked me earlier. I promise.
If I were to tell you that this isn't the end, that we will meet again, would you believe me? Thank you. My friend, with you, my mind and memory shall travel to the ends of the world and beyond. But in this place shall my body stand immovable. May it serve as an undying promise, not only to those who look to me for leadership, but to any soul who has known despair, that hope is everlasting.
Can you like touch it one more time though so that you can remember you said all that? There we go. There we go. Autosave is on. We did autosave. Autosave. And there you go. You don't feel bad about leaving Egg Raha here. Even though it's kind of dramatic. It's okay. You literally have him in your hands. But hey, now you don't have... Now you didn't leave one behind. It's like, are you afraid of leaving your Exarch Graha behind? Don't worry. You've got another Graha. You've got you're starting with Graha Plus. It's like New Game Plus, but with Graha.
There, the Exarch would remain, keeping his silent vigil.
And here's the
and
Crystal
the
Exarch's
Scions
rod.
were not released from his summoning spell. We proceeded with the plan to return them to the source. The Warrior of Darkness, however, retained her ability to traverse the two worlds at will. And in time, the Crystal Tower became a symbol of her link to the First, and of hope.
Is it blue raspberry flavor? I don't know. Alrighty, we're so close. Come on, we're so close. Alright guys, we gotta get ready to go. So he reached out to Elidibus at the last, and his heart was moved. I'm not sure I did the right thing. Perhaps you did, perhaps you did not, none can say. The important thing is this. Though through violence proved unavoidable, you did at least come to understand your foe. And in knowing his hopes and dreams, do we best remember him and his legacy. So long as you remain unforgotten, the love he and his brethren bore for one another and the star may yet be rewarded. You said that an ancient came to your aid, but how is that possible? A gift from Emmett Selk, he knew of Elidibus' plight. Foreseeing his own death, he made provisions to bring Elidibus' suffering to an end, lest his friend be left to continue the struggle alone. Or so I widely speculate. It is unlikely we will ever know the truth. The best we can do is to remember events as they happened, no more and no less. As the Ronkins so rightly put it, history is learned, not lived. Ah, there you all are. My friend, you were given to understand you weren't injured. Shouldst thou not be abed? Lie down at a time like this, don't be absurd. I would have come sooner had the guards not made such a fuss. Now tell me what's happened. Where is the Exarch? He is made of crystal now. He is inside the crystal tower. You can visit him if you'd like, but he is not gonna talk. He is in this crystal now, and I'm taking him with me. I see. Polo, will you show me a spirit vessel? I'm gonna see if it works. And drop it again on the floor. Yes, both his soul and memory seem intact. Good. Unlike the others, his ether was not highly charged, and so it did not seem necessary to employ a familiar with the imbuing, but I needed to be certain all the same. Oh, what a relief. Then 'tis but a question of restoring his soul unto his flesh. And as thou didst lately tell me, the success of this process resteth on no more than our friend's soul recognizing his flesh as its own. Given his apparent desire to return to the source of Polo, one would think his soul would be only too happy to be home, no? Surely it wouldn't balk up at relative newness of its accommodation. So one would hope, but none can speak for the Exarch's heart of hearts, and he can no longer speak for himself. Furthermore, though, I have drawn upon all of my not inconsiderable experience to predict the outcome. The fact remains that there is no direct precedent for what we are attempting. Will his body accept his soul? Will his essences blend properly? Will he awaken whole of mind? Any number of things could go awry. Assuming I have succeeded in tempering your expectations, we should probably ask that I did ask the Exarch if he still wished to return to the source in full knowledge of the risks. Simple question. A simple enough question, one would think, warranting a single word reply. Yet the answer I received was rather longer than that, almost comically so, in fact. Regardless, out of respect for the man, I shall attempt to recite it with a certain amount of poetic license. Ahem. As I grew older, the burdens I carried became ever more numerous, burdens which weighed upon my hopes, burying them deep within my breast, so deep that I couldn't be certain they were still there. But when I look around me, I am reminded that, no matter how deeply buried they may be, our hopes never truly disappear. No, they are always with us, guiding us, driving us. I see it in Vothri, who sought to vindicate his existence by creating his paradise. I see it in Ranjit, who forsook his life's cause in order to protect that which he held most dear. I see it in the people who chose to struggle rather than surrender to despair. And though our struggles may differ greatly, since the very beginning of time, they have all shared that one common thread: hope. We struggle because we have hope, and when the time comes, I too will embrace mine. I will follow my heart, regardless of the risks. And I will live with all my being, as benefits one who has been granted a second chance. There, I told you it was long, and unspeakably sentimental to boot. One would think them the outpourings of a dewy-eyed boy, not the old man the Exarch seems to believe he is. I mean, really, he's scarcely been as long as I've been in hiding. I dare say he is blushing in his vessel. That's cute. Just imagine the freaking little crystal starts sparkling because he hears us. Speaking of which, we should take ready for our journey. Time remains of the essence, after all. Needless to say, once we leave, there's no guarantee that we can return. If anyone has unfinished business, now is the time to see to it. I must pay a visit to Slitherbow. Let us reconvene here anon. There remain some matters which require mine attention in Ilmeg. May I leave Thancred in thy care, child? I've been meaning to get some flowers from Minfilia. I thought you might help me choose them, and then we could go to Nabath Arang together, one last time. A fine suggestion. Lead on. Well, it's back to Yulmore for me. Among other things, I owe the mayor an apology about his airship. We fucking crashed it. I assume you have places your own to be, Alize. I shall see you later. Let's see, hold on. Alrighty. I think we might have to end with this one.
Oh, Alpha, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You made her cry.
Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes.
The thought of never seeing you again is more than my poor heart can bear.
Oh, no. No, don't cry. Everybody keeps crying. It's like, what the fuck you want me to do?
Oh, it's you.
Hi?
As you can see, Alphino has broken the news. I don't know how to console her. She thinks we'll be lost without him.
Oh. Oh man. This is where it'd be like, have you seen my wind-up Alphino? Do you want this wind-up Alphino? He'll always be with you now. You're certainly well loved. Make sure you leave nothing left unsaid. A picture paints 1,000 words. I think it's time they had kids. Make sure you leave nothing unsaid. Hey Alphino, say what you gotta say and let's go.
Indeed, my friend. Nothing unsaid. Lady Chai, I have a confession to make. On the day we ousted Lord Vorthree, when I revealed the truth of his tyranny and your complicity in his crimes, I did so with great trepidation. Not out of fear that you wouldn't listen, but that you might never recover. There was a time when I too, in my hubris, believed myself worthy to lord it over others. And when the lie was laid bare, when I was forced to confront the cost, the lives lost, it all but destroyed me. To awaken from a naive dream to so harsh a reality, I would have understood had you all surrendered to despair.
If you had any questions as to how much Dulia loves this Elysian boy as her own son, this throws all those questions out. She fell in love with this boy on first sight. She was like, this is my... This, just immediately. It was just like a duck. Just like, oh, what adorable boy. Look at his little cheeks and he smells so good. And she just fell in love with him. Dolled him up and everything.
But you didn't surrender. Far from it. You picked yourselves up and rose to the challenge. You found a path forward and the strength to walk it, and to keep walking it, day after day. But what struck me is how much faster you found it than I did.
Really? That felt pretty slow to me. But rest assured, we'll make Yulmore into a nation anyone would be proud to call home. Eventually. You can still come and go as you please, I believe. When we have good tidings to report, I may trouble you to be their bearer. There may also be less than good tidings, in which event I hope I can trouble you for your counsel.
I should be honored to provide it, Master Chai.
Oh, Alphino. I know you aren't one to sit still, but do remember to take your ease from time to time. And no matter where you are, remember that there are people here who are praying for your health and happiness.
Her hand is so huge compared to his whole head.
Our brave and gentle artist. You have our love, now and always.
And you mine. Please take care.
Like, the moment she saw this boy, she was like, it's mine now. I have claimed it. She will fight his actual mom for him. She could squeeze his head like a grape. Ah, man. I guess there was just a little thing going on here with Alize as well, but I guess we didn't fucking care. His business concluded, Alphino turns his attention to yours. Let's see what else is going on. God. I've cried like 3 times, 4 times this stream. Oh no! Oh no! No! Oh, I'm gonna cry. I'm already crying. No, this isn't fair. I've cried so much this stream is so fair.
Ardbert's crystal?
Oh god, no. No.
So it is. It has changed, but I would know it anywhere. However, did you come by it?
Oh, fuck.
Then, even in death, his enemies found a way to profit from his sacrifice. Oh, it grieves me to think of his body being used for evil ends.
Y'all already know. I'm going to bed crying tonight because fuck, I forgot how much Shadowbringers makes me cry. No, 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 no.
But, thanks to you, his honor is restored. And he may finally find peace.
It's like, yeah, we're near the end, man. We're almost there. We're almost. Oh no!
No words can express my gratitude. I will keep this crystal safe to the end of my days.
It's just like, this is his, by the way.
Rest easy, my friend. You have earned it.
Oh my fuck. I'm just gonna have this on for the rest of the stream. Just gonna have myself crying like a fucking bitch. Close your eyes.
Pardon? Very well.
This scene plays dirty.
How can this be?
Seto, my old friend. You've grown.
Oh, Ardbert, how I've missed you.
Thank you guys so big.
I'm sorry I couldn't keep you safe or even console you.
This scene's not fair.
Had I only learned to speak sooner, I would have told you how much you meant to me. How much I
Andre,
care.
thank you. That's not fair.
I knew. I always knew.
Oh man, when I saw Kinky Mation react to the first scene with Seto that they cried, I think I missed them streaming this part if they streamed it. God, I know Lily Ugly cried. Oh my god.
But I'm happy to hear it nonetheless. Thank you, Seto. My partner in crime.
Oh, that's not fair. It's like those videos when when like people come back from like Iraq and then they go see their dog and their dog flips the fuck out. It's like, oh no!
His journey continues.
First Ra, then Julia, then fucking Seto. Yo, the Seto one takes the cake. It's like your boyfriend, your mom, or your dog.
I will not yet bid him rest. With you, he may look forward to many more adventures.
3 stabs. Shadowbringers isn't even over. Yeah, it's not, is it?
It has been a while since last I flew. Perhaps I too will go on a little adventure. Ride the winds, seek the horizon. Yes, I think perhaps I will.
Freaking dumb camel bird. Fucking, who the fuck told the Onion Knights to do LB3, man? Fucking bullshit. Fucking Onion Knight LB3. Yo, I didn't know they added Onion Knight to the... how many more? There's 2 cutscenes. You know what? Let's power through it. We can do it. Come on, let's go. Let's go. We're almost done. You go fly, buddy. 2 stabs and then a shotgun. Let's just keep crying. Oh yeah, wait. Runar has to make me cry now too, right? Is it Runar's turn? Oh no.
Master Matoya.
Oh. No. It's not over.
For too long, I have remained silent, but no longer. I could not bear it if you were to leave. Please, stay. I beg of you.
This isn't fair. This isn't fair. They just make you cry the whole time. Like, oh yeah, you can free travel between them, but they can't. That's fucking bullshit. How many times have I fucking cried this stream? This is bullshit. Look at him with his stupid flower. Your stupid fucking flower and your dumb face. God, you're so good. You're so sweet. It's not fair. Oh, I'm crying like a bitch. I'm sorry. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, your still is like, great, I want to cry, thanks.
Runa, please.
Oh. Oh.
I jest. At least in part. What I came to say is this. Thank you. Without your wisdom, your strength, and your kindness to guide us, our people would still be lost. We will never forget you, Master Matoya. Wherever your journeys may take you, you will always be in our hearts.
Oh, God. I'm not a furry, but Runar is such a good boy.
And you in mine. Remember that your people's journey, that our people's journey is yet ongoing. Your lives will change, and so too will your dreams. Yet come what may, you need not forsake your time-honored traditions, nor less your beliefs.
The
But
only
neither
good
should
you
be
stole a
beholden to
ship.
them.
Seriously.
For it was with curiosity and courage that the Knights Blessed first triumphed over adversity. New
my
knowledge
God.
and new wisdom are ever worthy of pursuit.
Indeed they are. And so, until we return to the Sunless Sea, we shall endeavor to live our lives to the fullest.
Oh.
That is well.
Fair.
But however great your strides, there may yet come a day when the challenges you face cannot be surmounted alone. On such a day,
On such a day.
you may call on me. Since a means to travel between worlds exists, you can be sure I will find a way to employ it.
Freaking don't make false
and there
promises.
remain so many mysteries here that want for solving.
She's down. You saw that. You saw that wink. She's down. She is so down. She's like, some people really like that I'm their waifu and stuff, but fuck that. I'll cuck them for you, Runar. Yes! Bitch! Yes, that wink! She did not call Magni the little son just so she can freaking not hang. No, she's gonna find a way. She's gonna find a way. She must. Bless you. She will find a way. She is going to make her way back to Runar. God damn it.
Master Matoya.
Yes, please pick her up. Yes.
Runar, really?
Make that emote, Square. Let us be able to do that. Let us be able to do that, please. I want to be able to do that. Let us be able to do that. I want someone to be able to do that with my character. I want that. I want that. He's like, nah. Yes, you stupid, adorable cat boy. Fucking cat man. Oh, fuck.
That's everyone then. We've all said what we needed to.
Even as we speak, Becklug undertaketh their final inspection of our spirit vessels. When thine own preparations for the journey are complete, thou art to present thyself in the ocular.
Oh god, no, this scene.
Everyone?
Don't make me cry, Reen. Don't make me cry. I've cried enough, please.
I want to thank you all. On behalf of the First. You, and Minfilia, and the Exarch. Without each and every one of you guiding us, fighting for us, we wouldn't be standing here now. There wouldn't even be a here. And no words can express our gratitude. We still have a lot to do. Countless trials to overcome. But if it ever seems too much, I'll think of our time together.
Where are all these
The
onion
happy
knights
moments.
getting LP3?
And the sad. I will remember it all. And it will give me the strength to carry on without you. Because you made me who I am. Minfilia. Reen.
He's
To
like,
honor
oh.
these names and these memories, I will stand with all the people of this land and strive for a better tomorrow.
Thancred, I believe the honor of responding should rightfully be thine.
You go say something. Give her one last head pat, god damn it.
I know better than most how much you've grown, and I have every confidence you'll make your people proud. Gods know I'm proud of you. I always will be. You deserve all the happiness in the world, and more.
This fucking sucks.
Might we also say a few words?
God, no. You're all done. No. Everybody leave. This is bullshit. We are getting attacked.
Why, this is just about all of you.
To see you off seemed the least we could do. You risked your all for us, fought for a realm not your own. Before you came, we had never known the beauty of the night sky. Or the joy of your company. Though it saddens us deeply to bid you farewell, it has ever been our way to send off friends with a smile. Wherever your road should lead, we shall pray for your safety. And following your brave example, we shall continue to fight for the Crystarium. With or without us, you've always taken good care of this city. I don't doubt for a moment you'll continue to do so.
Aye. A more resilient people we have never known. As resilient and enduring as the tower that watches over you.
To the last, we did not question the Exarch about his past. It is only now, when he can no longer tell us, that we believe we know the answer. We have heard what became of him, and what is about to be attempted. All will be well. Of this we are certain. How could it be otherwise, when every soul in the Crystarium is praying for it with all their heart? And so, when our Lord awakens, I bid you give him a message. Tell him he needn't worry about us. That he need no longer hide who he truly is. That he should live his own life to the fullest. And that if he should ever find himself reminiscing on the past with a smile, we shall be smiling with him. Will you tell him this?
It's bullshit. It's bullshit. I feel attacked.
Thank you. Please look after him for us.
I'll do more than that, Lena, don't you worry. God damn it.
I dare say we have all the good wishes we can carry. Let us be on our way.
Yes, thank you, Stola. We can finally stop being attacked. Reflections in the crystal. Okay, last batch of cutscenes before we call stream. Holy, we've gone long. Can I stop crying now? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
All right then. Pray proceed as instructed, beginning with your memories.
Yeah, but I'm not done with Endwalker yet. Right now, Endwalker has only made me cry like 3 times. Yeah, we saw the second part of Shadowbringers yet.
Complete, and all appeareth to be in order.
Well, that just leaves our souls then. We're in your hands, Angelo.
Oink.
It is done! The vessels have received both their memories and their souls. I hereby entrust them to your care. They belong to you now. Just be sure to guard them well, yes?
This will work, won't it?
Our theories have held thus far, but I make no promises about what is to come. Even the greatest mages in history knew better than to transport a soul across the rift. We, my dear, are in unknown territory. Prepare as we might, we cannot account for all possibilities, and it is in such circumstances that accidents are wont to occur. Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
All safely stowed away? I do hope so. All that remains then is to step into the mirror. Go now, and safe travels.
The bread is here!
Hello.
Can you believe it? They were just about to throw
Oh
all
my
this
fucking
away. What a waste.
Thank you, Gesture, for shop. For the wiggly. God damned. Okay, we're almost done. Only a couple more cutscenes. Ah, I've cried like back to back.
Oh, are you okay?
Yeah, you were headphones. So you didn't even hear me crying like a bitch.
Oh, was it the cutscene?
Yes.
Something sad happened?
A lot.
Do you want a hug?
I'll be okay, but if you want a hug, that's okay.
That sounds very tsundere. That's a tsundere way of
That's-
saying I want a hug.
That's not being tsundere. Fuck off.
That's something a tsundere would say.
That's not no.
Love you. It's following my head.
Is it? No, it's not.
No, it's following you. Oh, now it's following me.
Stop game, I will end you. God. Imagine if we got the crystals on the wrong person and like... It's like, you guys can take care of him, right? I got something to do. Stop myself from crying. Can we all just agree that Stola's jammies are fucking stylish? Yeah.
Did it? Are we?
Fucking put sandals on you while you're in bed? The fuck?
We're home.
Oh, you're back. You're back. You're all back.
Thank you. My body feels like a sack of potatoes, but otherwise, I have never felt better. That said, I doubt any of us will be fit to travel for some while. May we leave the rest to you?
The vessel beareth our comrade's blood. With it in thy possession, the way will surely open before thee.
Yeah, it's time to get our fucking congratulatory cat boy. It's like, it's got his blood on it. That's the.
But you've only just got here.
Tataru, might I trouble you to brew us all a
No,
pot
stop
of your
telling me about my
special
boyfriend from his
tea?
cat.
Ah, and we may require an extra cup.
Run, sheepy, run. She's like, wait a minute. What? Like, wait, what? An extra cup? Kryle's already put it together. She was just like, an extra cup, but who else is coming? Like, wait. Yup. It's like...
Yours is a long road, my friend, and it stretches onto places beyond imagining. With your every step, these grand adventures shall grow more distant and faint. And there may come a day when you forget the faces and voices of those you have met along the way. On that day, I bid you remember this. That no matter how far your journey may take you, you stand where you stand by virtue of the road you walked to get there.
Now, where was I? I remember that Graha is technically from the same organization as Kryle, while the rest of the Scions are not.
When you fear you cannot go on. The joy you have known. The pain you have felt. The prayers you have whispered and answered. They shall ever be your strength and your comfort.
It's funny to think that probably canon-wise, not that long ago was Graha left in there to rest. Wakey, wakey, bitch!
This I hope. I believe. Here at memory's end.
Interior Graha be like, who the fuck opened the doors? Who opened the doors? I'm the only one with the blood. I know there are people who probably wish that we had seen us going to wake up Graha, but I also get why they did it here some days later, because they kind of want you to be like, so what happened? I think we're back in Mordona. Actually, no, yeah, we're back in Mordona. We're in the fucking... Never... Okay, I ignore what I said. Dumb.
What is it, Alize? Are you all right? Do you still feel under the weather?
Physically, I couldn't be better. Thanks to Kryle's ministrations, I'm already looking forward to our next fight. But seriously, don't you have anything to say about that?
Fun fact, way before I started playing 14 again, I ran into Anthony playing this cutscene. Because he had just gotten to this cutscene. He's like, I kind of like being a gunbreaker. I'm going to keep being that. I kind of like being an astrologian. I'm going to keep being that. JoJo pose.
No less impressive than our garments. You've outdone yourself, Tataru.
Yes.
To give credit where it's due, I had help from a certain fiery pixie who visited me in my dreams. They gave me all the information I needed to get the details just right.
Of course, fail Ool.
For your weapons, though, I needed a lot more help. Thankfully, our favorite heads of state were happy to place their finest craftsmen at my exclusive disposal.
You have the money for it, of course.
And speaking of the Alliance leaders, they all expressed their unreserved elation at your safe return, and promise to come and see you in person as soon as they can.
They really needn't have gone to such trouble. But we'll be keeping these gifts all the same. Do pass on our gratitude.
I realise we haven't taken up new martial arts, nor have I ever been one to set much store by appearances. But I can't help feeling a certain lack of, I don't know, personal development.
I quite understand. But as you observed, the others had the more pressing need. Rest assured, our turn will come.
God, I love Alice.
If I expend any more ether, I swear I will blink out of existence. I need a bite to eat. Tataru, a cup of tea, if you would be so kind. And something sweet.
By Mistress Kryle's exhausted state, may I assume that the ward hath been restored?
I don't know.
Indeed.
Why don't you ask him yourself?
We succeeded in weaving it anew, albeit at a slightly diminished potency than when I had Becklug's assistance. It is no cause for concern, though. The tower is not easily reached, never mind breached. And even should some few succeed, their presence won't escape my notice.
Excellent. Said duty thus discharged, thou art free to go wheresoever thy fancy taketh thee. Upon which note, hast thou perchance come to a decision? The offer remaineth open.
He's like, don't worry, I made sure I set the ring on the webcam. I got
certain that's what
I made sure I set the home alarm.
I mean, if you think I.
It's like. The ears. Wibbles.
Right. I accept. Henceforth, I shall count myself a scion of the 7th dawn. Grahatia, at your service.
He's so nervous.
When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld.
His ear wibbles.
But, like a fool, seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short.
Help! Somebody help!
Here, take your stick. She's like, look at your stick. Let me look at your stick. Here's your stick.
Hippogriffs! Hippogriffs on the rampage! A giant flock of them! Please, we need help!
I could do with a little rampage myself.
She's so bored.
What? Now wait, just a... Here we go again.
Take here. Charges. Best twin strikes again.
I will join the fray when I finished my tea.
Thus did the Avatar of Destruction descend, and in her wake leave naught but tears and ash.
This was my first exposure to these people before I came back to the game, because I remembered nothing from where I was in ARR.
And then, one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me, in the flesh.
Yeah. Honestly, with how they wrote Graha, it's really hard to not see him as just in love with you. Because it's and that's the fun thing about this game too, that regardless of how you choose to interpret it, with how it's written, oh yeah, meanwhile.
So it was that a new adventure began.
Oh, the minus Atara went to fucking college. I love this outfit. It's a shame Xenos didn't stick with it for long.
The memory of a dying world's end. Night after night. And I thought it but a tired old dream.
No, I still love Xenos. Even after stuff he's put me through, I love Xenos.
I say, I knew that securing the palace would provide your Radiants with depressingly little sport, but that you should fall asleep out of boredom. Splendid. truly splendid, and my own preparations, you will be pleased to hear, proceed apace. Oh, yes. They proceed very well indeed. Frighteningly so. And we owe it not least of all to this singularly useful body I chanced to find. With the Populares now all but destroyed, it will be the simplest of tasks to discredit their groundless assertions that I met with a grisly end. And as the very much alive Lord of House Brutus, I have a vast fortune at my disposal. Ah, money, 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 the great motivator. There is simply no better way to move men and expedite plans than with its alluring glint. Would you not agree?
You're right, I don't care either.
But wait, were we not acquainted, you and I?
This fucking theater nerd.
Should our familiarity cause you distress, I beg your forgiveness.
It's funny, it's kind of really ironic how all Asahi wanted was to serve by Lord Xenos.
What did you say your name was?
All Asahi wanted was to be by this fucker's side.
A dagger through my heart! That my
And
deepest
only his
desire
dad can his
should
body
forever
do it for
remain
him.
Unfulfilled, to live unrecognized, to die forgotten. Oh. So it goes. Whatever this flesh may have been before, it serves only as a vessel now. And I, faithful Fandaniel, labor only to advance my lord's ambitions. Speaking of which, with the palace in our hands, we may now proceed with the next phase of the plan.
You're like, wait, there's another
How very
Ascian?
odd. Despite all our havoc wreaking, old Elidibus did not deign to appear. Dare I hope
He was too busy with us.
that the last of the unsundered is gone?
Oh. But then you're like, oh, this one's not asunder?
Imagine it! Bound no more by the shackles of mouldering memories of damnable duty, free at last to live for the moment!
He's like, oh, this is lit!
Your radiance, but give the word, and I shall go forth and prepare for you your hunting ground.
The ham. Oh, so much ham. It's not kosher. It is not kosher and it is not halal.
Was a foul beast.
It is so much ham. But it's
Ferocious.
Amazing.
Ravenous. Remorseless. Do as you will.
He's not even leaning on the comfy part.
It has been too long, my friend. And insufferably dull in your absence. When you return to me, you will share everything. Every blow will be a story unto itself. Every triumph. Every kill. Rest assured, we shall have a fitting stage for our reunion. Oh, is that transcendent moment I will set this world ablaze. And we shall dance before the pyre.
There are some people who love Xenos.
The beast shall kindle the flames of the apocalypse.
There are people who love Xenos for the reason people love Graha, and that he is very, very obsessed with you.
Into its domain shall the hero set forth for the final chapter in the tale of this star.
Oh boy. And there we go. It took 7 hours. But we did it. That is how to frame a villain. It took a while, but we have finally finished the first sector of post Shadowbringers. Which means that next week we can get through maybe the other half of post Shadowbringers. Oh boy, it's been a ride. I've cried many times in this stream alone. And I am tired. Hi, Anthony. I think it is time for myself and maybe all of you to go to bed. Because that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to bed literally in-game and out of game. I hope you all had a wonderful time here. It has been a long one. I will see you all tomorrow. I hope you have a wonderful night. Bye-bye.